Good morning, everybody. How are you doing this fine morning? I hope you all are well, and if not, I hope things do get better. I am excited to get into some Pokerogue today. Since last time, quite a bit has happened in terms of just me having some time. Because I actually was able to play a bit just in doctor's appointments and stuff. So, it's led me to being able to get quite a little bit done. I got this really fun one done. Surprised it actually worked really well. Shame I never ended up getting everything I needed for that Gut Swallow. But I can kind of show off, this is what I have been... So the run that I've been working on for my Endless run, because this is basically what I have been working on whenever I'm in a waiting room, usually. You got this crazy set of Pokemon, because I managed to get a Koraidon, so I added it to Skeledirge, and now it has Auricalcompulse, which is nice to have. Got Gourgeist and Sinistcha. Then you have Mightyena and Simisear, which is surprisingly good. And then you have two random Pokemon that I just haven't been able to do anything with. But it's led me to keeping the luck up pretty well and whatnot. And, like, the amount of silk scarfs and fairy feathers is insane because all I have to do is... This is resisted, mind you. And the only reason it survived that second hit is because I have a bunch of protection and maxed out Endure tokens. And then that happens. This is pretty normal. Like, I have been doing this in the waiting rooms of places because it's just like, it's all I can really do. And I usually have enough time. But going through here, I've gotten quite a lot of Pokemon. I finally unlocked Koraidon. Even managed to get some eggs for it. We do have a bunch of eggs because I used a bunch of my gacha things. If I go into New Game, for example, as you can see, we got a lot of Pokemon in here. The ones with the little flags on them have all their egg moves. But a lot of them are also cheaper now. I've gotten new shinies, new passives. Like, I've done quite a lot of just background work out of, like, boredom. Because it's literally all I can do. So it's been one of those things of, well, I guess I'll just do it while I have time. So I did. And I have used that to great effect. Like, Terapagos now has Shield Dust, for example, and I actually have, like, a shiny Hisuian Sneasel. Also, I love shiny Hisuian Quillfish. I just like the white, because that actually is what it looks like. But let's go back to our bug run. We are about to fight Ivy, so we do need to be careful about that. But yeah, I've just been using this as a... Because you can access this on your phone, so it's like, cool, just do. Boom. Makes my life a lot easier, honestly. Because I could just silently play it in a waiting room and not have to worry about much. So it really helps. Unknown M. I did use Unknown to beat a run with Garganical. Because I was able to fuse them, so it was a Purifying Salt Rock Psychic type with Cosmic Power. And so I had Cosmic Power, Recover, Salt Cure. And so I was basically really bulky. It was really fun. Okay, let's see. Miss, Defog, Feather Dance. Harshly lowers the attack. let's see what my... I don't remember everything. So we have Tinted Lens, Throat Trap Lunge. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. I wish I had more for him, but I don't think I will. I probably want to get rid of Protect. We get Psycho Cut or Beetle. That's a physical move, though. I could get Earth Power back. Recover, U-turn, Power Swap. Its attack and special attacks with the target. Ooh. That could be useful. Water Shuriken, Acid Spray, Guard Swap would be insane. With Excelgor? Because if you know anything about Excelgor, it is a glass cannon, as you can see. It is very fast, but very weak. So if I get Guard Swap, I can go against like some of the heftier opponents with it, and just, boom, now they're like so much weaker. So that should actually be really useful. I think I'm going to want to switch Low Kicks into the first slot after this. So that we can get a first impression off at the start of the Ivy battle. And so we can also just deal a bunch of damage. I don't remember her team, though. It's been a while, so... And I've been doing multiple runs since then, so... Okay, let's see. Excelgor is pretty behind, so we can level him up. Let's bring in Low Kicks. First impression. Low Kicks is also a glass cannon. It's another one that I could totally, like, if it got Guard Swap, I'd totally use it, but Excelgor getting it? Mwah, chef's kiss. Okay, so... do that. Wide Lens. Do I have any on this? Because Axe Kick is 90, and if I miss, it damages me. So... I feel like the sounds are a bit quieter than normal. I hope that sounds good for everyone. What if I do this? Then maybe, like, some of the stuff will be easier to hear. Okay, first impression on Staraptor is not bad even with Intimidate. Because Tinted Lens. It's gonna... The thing is, no matter what I send in, it's not gonna end well for them. So I'm just gonna go for as much damage as I can. At least I was able to get Staraptor, like, severely weakened. Let's send out a Excelgor here. Whatever comes out's gonna get power gemmed. You know, this is something I am willing to quickly Guard Swap. So now I... Yeah, that also is another issue. God, I need to, like, get into gear. Yeah, she's gonna go for a switch. Okay, into Metagross. But I at least get my attacks, defense, and speed up. I basically get the physical Quiver Dance. Fire Lash. Clear Body? Yep. They usually have Clear Body. Which makes sense. I will say there are some, like, hidden abilities and abilities that are different from normal Pokemon. So I've been able to, like, figure that out, like, relatively well. Which does help. Okay, Whirlwind. No. Slitherwing is not fast enough or useful enough to get that off. It's more useful when it actually can do more. Okay, we're back to neutral. Fire Lash should kill, and yeah, we outspeed because of Victory Dance, I believe. Because otherwise, they're pretty similar in speed, if I remember right. Ooh. It's the same as Lunge, but it heals me instead. Yeah, I'm taking that. Especially with a physical attacker, where I can up my defense. Longevity. Mwah. It'll be useful against special... Like, it won't be useful against special attackers, but it'll be useful against a lot of the physical attackers we'll have to deal with, like Garchomp here. And we can heal off of it, too. Because the stab we get... I mean, I am surprised they haven't added booster energy to this, but I also get why. Mighty Cleave should kill, almost. Thankfully, that's neutral. I wasn't sure if Leech Life would actually kill, just because of, like, defense, because it resets its defense when switching. And Greninja is dead. Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of defense, so that's good. Ooh, we got the Terra Orb. Let's see. Big Nugget Amulet Coin. Let's max revive them. Grab the Amulet Coin for the more money. Because we need to get them leveled up, and I'd rather level them up first. Because we're going to fight a bunch of trainers before we get to certain extents. I feel like with Light Screen, you should do fine. I don't... This is one of those cases of 4-move syndrome, where it's like, I'd love to use all of them, but there's only so many moves you can put on Pokemon, especially in this, when some of them get really good egg moves. Take the money. Alakazam, not too bad. Yeah, I found out that Koraidon spawns here by complete accident when it almost obliterated my team in Endless. Oh! Oh. Which has the damage taken from special moves. Tinted Lens. Compound Eyes. The Pokemon's Compound Eyes boost the accuracy of moves. Bleak Windstorm, Twin Beam, Sandsear Storm, Bug Buzz. But it also has the passive ability of Magician. Oh. And Frisk is awful as an ability. So it would become a pure bug type if I did that. I need it to stay bug type is the issue. Because I would love to use this Splicer, but it's also a risk. How much do I care about Magician? I haven't been using Butterfree is the issue. I don't have the G-Max form. But I would lose Compound Eyes, meaning these wouldn't be 80% anymore. But Twin Beam would be Stab. And I could add, like... Let's do it. Or Beetle on top. I don't want Psychic, I want to keep Twin Beam. Light Screen, I'm gonna get... Bug Psychic, biggest weaknesses. I'm not gonna keep Light Screen or Calm Mind. I know I could get Quiver Dance on them. Oh, hello, Archeops. Goodbye, Archeops. So, let's think. we need to run into another bug type. That's obvious enough. Speaking of bugs, hello there, Caterpie. Okay, Oddish now has all its things. So does Venonat. So does Stunfisk. And Carbink. Hell to the yes. Carbink got a new one and is almost done. This last one here I'll just have to hope for. No new shinies, but but we did get 3 egg moves all completed. Dynamax Band. Oh my god. This actually could be insane. Very physically weak, and Hypno's kind of mixed. I mean, honestly, having a bug psychic type is better than bug flying, where rock is quad effective, like with Frostmoth. Mountain or forest? We're gonna be more likely to find bug types in the forest. So, let's see what we can find. That's not a bug type, but it is a pain in the ass to beat at times. If you know, you know. I will say, Chestnut actually is not that bad. Okay, so we do have a Master Ball. Imagine we ran into Genesect. It'd be the 3rd time I've run into a Genesect. Like, not even joking, I've run into 3 total Genesects in the last week worth of time. So... oh my god. Instantly. Oh, wait a minute. G-Max Buttle does... because Orbeetle also gets it. So... if I get a second one, would that change Orbeetle? If I got a second one, because Orbeetle, in Pokerogue, specifically has its other ability. I remember this from when I did it. So when it becomes G-Max, its Frisk should turn into Trace. So, since it was Butterfree being the smaller one, I wonder if it's possible for me to get a second one and allow for me to, like, fully make this even crazier with Trace, because then I could steal stuff like Grimnay, which wouldn't help, or actually, no, Grimnay would help, Chillingnay wouldn't. Or I could steal, like, Soul Heart from Magearna for, like, an area. Or, like, I could trace someone's pressure and make them even quicker to run out of their moves. Ooh, this is giving me a lot of ideas. And look at that. I am, like, shredding through stuff with this guy now. I am so glad I got that lucky. Though I don't know if it will actually help. Because... how does 2 G-Max Pokemon fuse work with this? Do they need 2 Max Mushrooms? Or can you only G-Max 1 if both of them weren't G-Maxed? Because that's the real question. Because... if I am lucky... and can put 2 Max Mushrooms on, and G-Max both of them, it's over. 100%. That's amazing. Dire Hit. Another low kicks. Nope. And there goes low kicks. I need a different bug type, because I don't want to use the same bug type multiple times, because that would not end well. I know from experience. You want variety. Variety is the spice of life. Speaking of variety... Ooh, crit capture, too! Can no longer escape. Oh no, what else will ever I do? Okay, Gastro Acid Circle Throw blocks Slicky Web. Sticky Web. Ah yes, my favorite move, Slicky Web. Makes the Pokemon all slick. Frickin' just brain. Brain's not braining correctly. Another Spidops. Maybe it will actually have like some... Because Gastro Acid can be useful. Well, 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 if it isn't the challenge of the old man. Skitter Smack actually is not that bad. Circle Throw, Gastro Acid, counter Skitter Smack. It also does have a better set here with a little more. But Spidops is not that good. I'm just gonna say it here. It is not that good. Like, does it have great stuff? Yes. But it's like... It got the short end of the stick for some of the new Pokemon. And it makes you feel bad for it. Okay, we got a Miracle Seed. We can give that over to Selgor. Let's see. Dazzling Gleam. Miracle Seed will go to Selgor. Frostmoth with Dazzling Gleam. I think I want to keep Icy Wind and Heal Order, just because the slowing and the healing is really good. Nice. I believe Magician makes it, like, 100%. I know it's something like that. I also did learn the Libero and Protein are the original versions where they would change each use. Ah yes, Bug Trainer v Bug Trainer. You know, I would love to use a Volcarona on my team, but I never find them in the wild, and Larvesta's a pain in the ass to start with. The downside. Ooh, I got the speed drop. Low kicks can come in. Even though it's resisted, this should do pretty good. Jesus. I mean, Ladian is not that bulky, but even then. Yeah, that did good. Come on. Because I know Yanmega does get some sound-based moves. Sadly, not so lucky. That speed boost is going to be a pain in my butt. Yeah, no, Spidops was not surviving that. Is this speed boosting Yanmega going to be the biggest pain in my butt? Nothing can really outspeed Yanmega. I just need to... Oh my god. Okay, so that won't kill, but... A Stab Bug Buzz, on the other hand. Thank God for Frostmoth's actual, like, amazing special attack stat. Shuckle. It's a rollout Shuckle. Okay. We just need to make sure it doesn't hit again. But my Ice Scales is broken, I believe. I need to take this guy out ASAP. That was definitely Ice Scales taking effect there. Holy crap. No, wait, I'm thinking of Shadow Shield. That's what breaks. Icy Wind. Frick. Yeah, I wasn't going to be able to heal Order either. Okay, yeah, I can outspeed it when it has 1 speed boost with the Selgor, but with 3, it definitely wouldn't have been able to. Heracross? Take my guard. I'll take your defenses. That'll be better. Power Gem. Yeah, I just need to deal damage. I don't know if we're gonna do this. But I'm definitely gonna try. Okay, Scizor? Oh wait, no, it's Ladian. I forgot about Ladian. I mean, it is pretty forgettable. Honestly, it got the short end of the stick. Jungle. Who would I want? Galvantula? That'd be a great one, actually. Galvantula would be amazing. Oh, that's a Ramos back there. I mean, we're gonna have the advantage, but never underestimate. Because if that's contrary, that's worrying. Ghost type definitely sent it out because of the immunity to fighting. But also because Bug is not very effective against Ghost. It usually is a physical attacker. So I might be getting a bit greedy here. But I think +3 should be more than enough to just, even without super effective, and heal myself back to full. And now we should be able to sweep through most of his team, including Go-Goat. Because, I mean, Slitherwing has a great attack stat. Like, don't get me wrong. Jumpluff. That Jumpluff in the actual X and Y games caught me off guard with acrobatics, because most gym leaders don't hold items for most Pokemon. It was a doubled acrobatics, and I was thinking, oh, this should be fine, and it freaking one-shot my Pokemon. I'm like, dear God. Does that always happen? No, but the fact that it crit one-shot was pretty sad. I mean, if I remember, it was Charizard, too. So, yeah, it was my Charizard. Because I chose the Grass starter, because I love Chespin. I think Quilladin gets more hate than it deserves, personally. And Bulbasaur is my favorite from Kanto. And I already had a water type in mind because I had seen quite a few, and I was like, ooh, I want to try this one and this one. Plus, at the time, I thought Goodra was going to be a water type as well. Nope, just pure dragon. But I went with Charmander because I was also thinking about the fact of most of the time, fire is the rarest in a region as well. And since I was playing Y, I got the better Charizard in my personal opinion. I like Y more than X. Ooh, Focus Band? If I put this on a Selgor, I could guarantee a guard swap at some points. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to fight the Aether Foundation. I forgot we were fighting them as our evil team. Let's just, boost our stats. We're gonna need it. I love that we resist ground type, at least. And because we're fighting, they're not as... Like, we resist that, too. Like, we resist most of the moves that Phalanx can learn, if I remember correctly. Of course. Oh, Mawile does not stand much of a chance. Especially since it's not Mega. I do wish that they had given the Aether, not Aether Foundation, Macrocosmos. That's who they are. Frickin', I wish they had given Macrocosmos, like, their own theme, and not just a rehash of the same trainer theme. Because that always annoyed me. Are you serious? 3 times? Like, the chances of 3 times in a row like that is actually dumb. But then again, that's pretty normal for me. This is gonna hurt. Attack sharply rose, special attack rose. I definitely want to get, like, some wide lenses for Butterfree's G-Max. Oh my god. Thank god it doesn't matter if I use resisted hits on these guys. Anyways. Tinted Lens for the win. I'll need to heal up my Pokemon, but... Oh, Hydrapple, this will be an easy kill. I mean, it's a special attacker, but... Nice. I'm actually surprised I survived that. If it was an all-out, I definitely wouldn't have. That must have been a low roll. 100% low roll. Okay, a Hyper Potion should heal me to most full. And then I can get the free Max Revive for Slitherwing. And I can First Impression Zebstrika. I can tank a Discharge. That's annoying. It's gonna be cheaper to buy a full restore. But I don't get much of a choice. Actually, if I do this... and I can grab a Dire hit. Yes, I'm a little bit short. But yeah, after Oleana, we have to fight Rose, finally. Who's gonna get Impressioned? Florges? Okay. I will say, Florges has an insane special defense stat. Never underestimate it. I believe it's like 200 something. I think it's like 245 if I remember correctly. Like, it's nothing to scoff at. Yeah, lure its attack. And that's why I'm glad I lured its attack. And now I can stab Throat Chop and it should be near dead. Okay, it has Dire Claw on it. Tinted Lens is gonna save me so much time. Okay, this one's gonna be... Oh, that crit really helped. But that didn't. Okay, so this one's competitive and not Marvel scale. Note to self. Because, of course. I'll send out a Selgor. I'll guard swap with Milotic since it has amazing defenses. Oh, Focus Band. Are you serious? Switch changes. Oh. It's different than the one I was thinking of. Damn it. Like, what are the... How does this happen to me? Just casually... Frickin'... Ah, yes! Let's just get frozen. freaking insane. I also think it's dumb that Fairy resists Bug. Bug does not need it. I still feel bad for Bug. Oh, we stole its Fairy Feather. Gothitelle. We're frisking our frisks. Okay, I stole one of its berries. Okay. So yeah, guards. I was thinking of a different move than with Guard Swap. Actually, that still can be good against, like, Pokemon like Eternatus and, like, some of the boss Pokemon, just because they buff their stats a bunch, so I can at least remove it. Though if I were to get one thing, I just had an idea. I need Vivillon. And you may be wondering why I need Vivillon. Have you ever heard of the move Powder? If not, I'll give you the rundown. Powder is a move that is learned normally by the Vivillon line. The move Powder, when it hits a Pokemon, if they use a Fire-type move, it will cause them to kaboom if the powder is on them. Swords Dance, Moonblast, Bitterblade, Extreme Speed, and nice, Sigilif's done. But if I remember correctly, in this specifically, I believe it is priority. Actually, let's see, does Frostmoth learn Powder? I don't think it does. Damn, that would be so good for Frostmoth, because actually, if I were to take a Vivillon with Powder and send out Frostmoth against something like Eternatus, which has Flamethrower, it would always want to go for the highest damaging move, Flamethrower. I could powder it to death. I can't believe I didn't think about that. Holy crap. Because I remember I had it on Abomasnow at one point when doing one of my runs. And if I remember correctly with that Abomasnow, it was pretty damn slow. Like, it definitely wasn't gonna outspeed a lot of Pokemon. But Powder always went first, just unlike its other moves, and it didn't have Prankster. It had Snow Warning, and it didn't have a passive. So I wonder, because if I could do that with a Vivillon, I could cheese the final boss of this. It's only normal resistance. Ah, shit. I at least took out Corviknight because of that. Steel types are so annoying. Okay, who's coming out? Mr. Rime is an ice type and a psychic type, so I need to up my defense a bit. But yeah, I can at least up my attack enough that this should kill with Stab. Because Mr. Rime is pretty bulky. Excavalier. Oh, I can definitely use this to set up. This would also be a great Pokemon to add to the team. Just saying. Excavalier, underrated for how good it can be despite its speed. I mean, Bug Steel is an amazing typing, don't get me wrong. I mean, it literally is only weak, and it's 4 times weak to fire. Its only weakness, which is amazing. Fire Lash. That's sturdy, though. I lowered its defense. I'm gonna take a hefty Dragon Claw. Defense sharply rose. Fire Lash. Critical hit? Nice. I need to Leech Life something. We can kill it with another Leech Life. We resist that. And Leech Life. We can heal up a bit more. Slitherwing my goat. Here comes the pain in the ass. Okay, Fire Lash. It's super effective. Holy shit. That wasn't a crit. Copperaj is pretty bulky, too. I'm actually surprised. Hi, Breloom. Tell me, would you like to give me your life? Sweet life force. Just give me some leech life back. I need to get some PP ups for these guys. Because whenever I see one, it's always been, like, next to something more important. They're at maxed level, so I'm not as worried since we already fought something recently. So I'm gonna grab the Paya Berry for Frosmoth. Uh-oh. Let's just, okay, I was making sure that guy went down. Oops. Yeah, Spidops is kind of a pain in my butt here. That could have ended badly if he went for Beak Blast. Rogue Balls, I will take. Yep, this is gonna hurt. Thankfully, we one-shot, though. That's good, because we get burned. Okay, so next... Vivillon is the most common of the bug types to find, but we'd need to get so lucky to find a new one. That's just the sad truth of it. Okay. Twin Beam. That takes out Gengar. Yeah, Gmax, Budeedle, or however you are supposed to pronounce that, should at least do pretty good. Okay. Next up... PP up. For Lech Life. I can't imagine what this could be. That Toxic Orb is a pain in my ass, though. I need to hope I don't take it. Because if I do, that's gonna be... I'm gonna have to put on Spidops. Oh wait, yeah, the neutralizing gas stops Magician. I forgot about that. Otherwise, you'd have to use Thief or Pickpocket on this. Jesus Christ. What's it? Oh, it's a +2 attack. That makes sense. Fire Lash. Shame I can't catch this guy. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Great. Axe Kick. Jesus. Am I gonna go down to a Garbodor? God, I hope not. I forgot I didn't have Earth Power on this guy. Focus Band! No! It would have been so good if I hadn't gotten poisoned. Okay, it's dead, but so is most of my team. Berry pouch? I need to do normal revives so I can actually afford it. The berry pouch is really good here. It doesn't matter who I send out, they're gonna get poisoned. This is the most I can really do. Ouch. I'll need to heal order myself here and there, though. It's gonna be the only way of me doing this. Okay. Spidops, Excalibur, Slitherwing, Badeedle. Badeedle-leedle. Marowak. I can use this for heal order at least. Of course it has Rockhead. Then I'll Icy Wind. I just need to get rid of the poison. But I don't have the money to do it. That Garbodor was a pain in my butt. A PP up for heal order. Son of a bitch. I can't. I'm dead to this guy. At least Frostmoth is. But it also means I have to send in something that can't really heal itself. I mean, low kicks can at least, like, first impression through some of these guys. But that poison is gonna really rack up. Lumberry. You know what? This just feels targeted at this point. Boom. And there goes Lokix. God, that is not helping, but the special attack down is nice. Literally my only chance. Let's go for a Bleak Windstorm, and whatever gets left over will have to get Skitter smacked, I guess. Because, yeah, at least we have a Lumberry on this guy, so at least Badeedle should survive pretty well, but that's... This is gonna hurt a lot. Because we already know that this is gonna be... those damn toxic spikes. I don't have anything that can get rid of them. I need to, like, move the Lumberry off low kicks over to Excelgor. And there goes Spidops. And it's gonna force me to send out another Pokemon. Okay, thank God it didn't. Power Gem. But yeah, if I do this again, Pavilion with Powder, mwah, be amazing. Because I don't know if I'll be able to beat this. Not with what I have right now. Because that Garbodor and then Team Macrocosmos, really not helpful for me. Low Kicks is the lowest in terms of level. Hey, Golurk's almost dead. That's gonna hurt like hell. One more left! Yay! And then Frostmoth. Oh great, another Golurk. This will take out the first bar. Speed Rose. That at least gives me some more health. Defense Sharply Rose? Oh, that's gonna hurt. Low Kicks is my best chance here. Ironically. There we go. Golurk is down. And somehow we have made it past that damn Garbodor's toxic spikes. Desert or Ancient Ruins? Let's think. Where are we gonna find bug types? Thinking about it. Ground and rock types. With the occasional normal and grass types. Psychic types. And the occasional flying. But then back to everything else. I'm gonna take my chances with the Ancient Ruins. Because the closest thing to a bug type we can get from the desert would be Trapinch. That actually did quite a lot. I'm surprised how much that actually did. Well, there goes Tinkaton. Okay. Bunch of level ups. God, we still have to be ready for 145. A second amulet coin is amazing. We also are gonna have to deal with a gym leader on this floor. I believe. Yes. It's always 140 or 150. Oh boy. A third amulet coin? Oh gosh. I mean, Low Kicks is already done for with that. I'll send out Slitherwing. I can Fire Lash. I forgot I'm not faster yet. I'll need to resurrect good old Low Kicks. Oh boy. Everything out of the list. I'm just gonna take the egg voucher. I need to get out of the negative attack. Ow. Well, since it's gonna have to recharge, I'll just use it to get my attack to +1, so I can at least, like, do more damage. And then, I'm also faster than a lot more things and can heal up with some leech lives. Because we're going to have to deal with the Psychic Trainer at the end of this. Either way. It's going to be a Psychic Gym Leader. Hello, Grumpig. Goodbye, Grumpig. Because I know we're not going to be able to do this with Spidops. As much as I may be like, I'll give it a chance, it's not going to work like this. I'm going to need a team that doesn't need to rely on Spidops as much as this team. In all honesty. That's why I think Pavilion would be better in this case. Because I could more... Despite being part flying, I am able to more reliably last with Pavilion. Because Eternatus will see it as less of a threat, and it easier to kill Pokemon like Frostmoth with Flamethrower. So I can't keep Frostmoth in my first 2 slots. Otherwise, it's screwed. And I need to be able to deal a lot. So probably first phase and stuff, I'll need to use... Budeedle here. Good old Budeedle. Also, I love the darker look to it. I just think it looks neat. Accuracy, I will take. Let's do a Leech Life. And the Golden Punch will at least help us get a little bit more money. Because we definitely need that right now. Rare Candy. There, Low Kicks is now closer. Forewarn. Well, if you want to know about Mighty Cleave so bad, there you go. Okay, who are we gonna fight? Tate, Liza, Tate and Liza. Liza. Okay. This shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, she's gonna switch to a special attacker. Probably gonna go for a fairy or psychic move. Yep. Like expected. That defense raise does not matter with what I'm about to do to it. That, on the other hand, does. Okay, Gardevoir is down. Grumpig, Leech Life. Heal myself back up, because Grumpig has some good HP. Never underestimate Grumpig's HP. With Thick Fat and stuff, it's actually pretty good. I'm gonna Victory Dance, because it's more of a physical attacker. So, special attacks are gonna be a little softer. It has Strong Jaw. That is Strong Jaw boosted, 100%. I can tell. I've used Bruxish enough times. As much as some people think it's ugly, it's kind of meant to be that way, because that's literally what the Triggerfish looks like. It's gonna hurt. Another lunge will kill. Reuniclus. Lunge. Yeah, I had a feeling. Okay, that's not bad. I can easily pick that up, pick that off with, like, G-Max Budeedle. Lunatone? Goodbye. Ooh, a Landsat Berry. For me? All for free? How fancy. I could keep rhyming. I really could. Or is it just fantasy? Ooh, Ganelon Berry. If I were with Tate, I would have won. Can finish each other's sentences. Okie dokie, then. Modest is the worst nature for it. It's a physical attacker. Oh, God. So who's ready to suffer? Because I'm not. Because we're about to fight Rayquaza here. And that is going to be death for this team. If I don't have a good strat. It's not likely going to want to come out against anything like Frostmoth off the bat. EP max. This is actually a difficult one. Let's do Leech Life for now. I just felt so much internal fear from seeing this thing. Yeah, I felt that fear. What'd it take? Leppa? Okay. That did nothing. My special defense and defense... It does not matter. It's gonna kill me. And what did it eat? Oh, no. Just a Leppa. You're my best chance, Aselgor. You at least have a neutral move. That crit was personal. I can at least send out low kicks here, and first impression, though. This is why I tried to avoid the mountain. Thank God it went for Sky Attack. Because being a two-turn move, that would have killed me if it wasn't. Thank God there's no white herbs in this, because imagine some two-turn move Pokemon just with a random white herb blasting you into next week. I'm gonna do that. Take a nugget. Talonflame? That's gonna hurt. Okay. Shit. Gonna Selgor outspeed. Note to self, Excelgor can outspeed Talonflame. Actually, there's a good chance that thing had Gale Wings, too. Which would also explain a lot. No, I'm paying for the max revive for him because this is why. Greninja? What's coming out? Staraptor? Perfectly fine with that. Just weaken it a little with some Giga Drain and then Power Gem. That's painful. But it kills out Staraptor with me. So the first of the two big threats to Slitherwing are down. There's threat 2. Wait, it's going for Fly. I can get a free switch in. Sorry, Spidoffs, but you're the most sacrificable. Question is, will he want to stay out against this? Nope. That was one strong-ass Icy Wind. Bug Buzz should kill. Frostmoth, show me why you're so dang amazing. Earth Power. This is gonna hurt. Shit. I know who to send out against Metagross. Here comes Rayquaza. Oh my good lord, that first impression. The fact that low kicks can outspeed this thing at +2 is actually kind of insane. I'm sorry, Slitherwing, but you're the perfect sacrifice. And then I can first impression take it out. Low kicks over here, proving why I chose to bring a low kicks along as soon as I could. Even if it's not super effective anymore, that's resisted. And that's still gonna hurt. That hurts. Come on. I live! Cool, I stole the the citrus berry that I wanted. Perfect. Metagross, Sandsear Storm. Yes! I also took its berry. Okay. Garchomp. Bug Buzz. I think that's my best chance against this. Hello there, Arrow Games. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Frick. A salute to the fallen comrades. Yeah, that run... if I had gotten Pavilion sooner, that would have been perfect. We can get Ghastlies now. Shadow Shield is actually not that bad for that. Ooh, Concursion. I was doing Bug, but I think what I'm gonna do now is maybe Rock? Either Bug or Rock, because both sound like fun. Let's see, what do I have in Rock? Okay, we have 2 Pokerus in Rock. And then for Bug, we have none. But I do have Genesect now. And I do have all the egg moves here. But I would have to hope to get Mega Stone. This is actually a difficult choice between the two. You know what, let's do Rock. I want to use my Glimmet. Yeah, and because like hoping the bracelet and the stones both show up, very annoying. Okay, so Tough Claws on him. This is a risk to bring because of Primordial Sea. But I do have Rockhead on it. Because I can bring Wave Crash on him, too. Floaty Fall, Earth Power, try attack. I think Steam Engine is definitely a yes. Let's see, attack over special attack? Perfect. Shield on... I wish I had his passive, but I don't. Oh, that would be such a good one to have the passive of. Think how broken that would be. Strong Jaw or Sturdy. Refrigerate's pretty good. If I had his hidden ability for this, I'd probably do it. It's just Defeatist is so bad. Shuckle could be good. Lightning Rod, Rockhead, or Reckless? I wouldn't be able to evolve him. I feel like I would want to use the Alolan version of this, but Dry Skin is really good as a hidden. Like, unironically, that's actually really good. Rockruff does have pickup with passive, but... I mean, this is the only rock grass type. Lower special defense. Suction Cups. Not the worst. I think I'm going to take the only rock grass type we can get. And then I'll get rid of Harden for Calm Mind. Sturdy or Magnet Pull. Let's see what natures I have. Attack over special attack. No. Speed over defense. Speed over special defense. Special attack over attack. Perfect. And then I think this is going to be a good rock team to run. God, you have no idea how much I wish there was a rock Eevee right now. Because, yeah, if I remember correctly, Glimmet, when it evolves to Glamora, its passive changes to Terra Shell. So, the first being not very effective for each move from full health, it's gonna be beautiful. Boy, hello there, Paris. You would have been useful earlier. Fiery Dance, and let's just do a triple axle. I feel like Binacle is a very overlooked, like, rock type. Because, like, I don't see a lot of people, like, mention just how Binacle can how well it can do. I'm gonna add some to Fiery Dance here. Poochyena and Wooloo. Sadly, not rock types. Glimmet is definitely the best option, though, for this. 100%. I mean, with its egg moves, the egg moves alone are insanely useful. Then add on top of it, you can just actively get hit by a physical move and be like, you know what? I'm feeling in the mood to just do this. Had more bug types yourself. Dewpider is good for fire types, so that's the only decent bug you've had access to. I have access to most of the things in this. Like, I can show that off. Ooh. I'm taking Pokeballs. Tailo is never to be underestimated. And there's a reason, and that's Guts. I can actually show off, like, in this. Like, I've spent a lot of time in this game. Like, if I bring up my bug types and then show off uncaught all, I have all the bug types, thankfully. I will say, don't underestimate Beedrill. It gets some great egg moves. Same for Caterpie and its passive. But like, if I just do all of them, literally all I'm missing now is Mewtwo, Entei, which, good luck getting that, Kyogre, Latias, which I've beaten the game with Latias somehow because of random events. Palkia, Regigigas, Arceus, which I've never seen, Darkrai, Manaphy. Good luck getting Manaphy. You can only get out of those eggs that are Manaphy eggs. Terrakion, which I'm surprised I've never seen. I got Reshiram more recently. Hoopa I've never seen. Celesteela I have no idea where to get. You have Manaphy, funnily enough? Nice. And then you got Zacian and her brother Zamazenta. Eternatus you can only unlock after unlocking everything else. I'm only missing just Sandy Shocks and Iron Treads of the original Paradoxes, unless you count Miraidon. And then Walking Wake. And then the two of the Galarian birds. And that's it. They're all legendary. So it's just a thing of, I just gotta get lucky. But I've gotten quite a good few shinies, at least, which has helped. Because the few shinies I've gotten, I mainly get from the eggs. I found the best way to get, like, the Pokemon has been going through these, trying to fight each of, like, the gym leaders and, like, Elite Fours until I got most of them done, so that I could just overall set up a bunch of the egg vouchers. It did really good for me. But then after I had gotten most of them, because I believe now, if I look at my achievements, like, yeah, I still need to inflict a lot more damage in one hit, but I'll get to that. This one I definitely could do soon. And then these, the different challenges, Breeder in Space. But if I come here, I'm missing Claire, which is from a rare place. I haven't beat Guzma in Team Skull, but I never seem to find them. Drayden, the gym leader, which is also, I believe, in the Wasteland. Karina, which I'm just not lucky with her. And then I'm literally just missing Mustard and Geeta as champions. But since I haven't had much of those, I've been doing a lot of the Endless because I have a higher chance and I can just grab them whenever I see them, and every 50 waves I get a egg voucher plus. And then every 125 I get an egg voucher premium. So it's been at least making some headway in that regard. I've found that that's just the best way to get all these Pokemon. Those legendary eggs have to be close to hatching by now. Like, 100% have to be. Oh, these two don't stand a chance. Actually, I'm gonna check this. Well, jeez. I know it's like 100 or something. Ooh, Rayquaza. Why not? We'll get 10 eggs, see what we can get. Bunch of commons, but, I mean, not the worst thing in the world. I'll definitely use it either way, because it just means more chance for move up and shiny. Because I know my current Endless run is the highest I have ever gotten so far in Endless. And the only thing that has stopped me from being able to one-shot Eternamax Eternatus is the amount of damage reductions they have and damage taken things, because it can't hurt my Togetran because it's a Steel Fairy type with Flash Fire. So I only need to worry about, like, the stuff in between. And since it can't hit me with most things, it's just a thing of, cool, boop. That's gonna be a pain in the butt later, though. Totodile. Starly, on the other hand, won't be as big of a deal, but close combat will still make a difference. Since Staraptor gets it. I still think Staraptor should have been a flying fighting type. Honestly, when I used to think it was for the longest time, because I just never double-checked it. Because it always struck me as one. Okay. More toxic debris for them. God, Glimmet is doing its due diligence. You know, this is a real question. Do you think Glimmet and Glamora, since you can breed them with Ditto, do you think they use spores like fungus? Pollen like normal plants? Because they aren't or like, because it's like, they aren't grass type, but they are like crystalline flowers. Or do you think they just kind of produce eggs randomly under like certain circumstances of, oh yes, there's enough crystallized energy? Because I never really figured out the answer to that. Because we know they only appear in like Area Zero and the mines. And even then they're rare in the mines. The only reason I know they appear in the mines is because I used one on my Scarlet and Violet team for one of them. But it's like, it is an interesting thing to think about, like, because how Pokemon like produce eggs is so much different in the anime versus the games for obvious reasons. But it's also a thing of like, there's some interesting science behind that too for how Pokemon like exist as a whole. Because we know like there's the old like wives' tales in the Pokedex, as well as like the insane things that make you wonder like if it's real or not, versus like what we see. Because we know to an extent some of the Pokedex stuff is accurate, while other stuff isn't. I will say, though, it's definitely interesting to think about, because from a biological standpoint, like, Pokemon as a whole are already pretty dang magical. But there's so much more to them as well, from like how they would affect the world as a whole. And like, I'd love to know more about their like groupings and stuff. Like, oh, if you look back far enough in the past, like Lileep is actually an ancient ancestor of like Gossifleur or something. Or like Roly-Poly and Carbink are actually like similar in terms of like close ties genetically. Like stuff like that, like full on like life cycles, how they are affected, because we know they don't need to evolve to get older. Like why they evolved the defense mechanisms they did. Because I feel like there's an interesting bit that could come from that alone. I mean, like, we have it for our animals in our world. I mean, we have so many common ancestors and so many that turned into crabs, for example. Do you think, like, the Pokemon world has carcinization, except Pika clones? Like, do you think it has something similar with like the Pika clones? Because if so, that would actually be a really interesting little concept. My only thought though is how like certain Pokemon, like legendary wise, would also relate, because we know Mew was created by Arceus and it's whatnot, and its full set of stuff. We know the Lake Trio was created by Arceus, but all like the main Pokemon are offshoots of Mew, so it all starts at Mew, apparently. But it also makes you wonder how old Unknown is, because we know Unknown do have a connection to Arceus. So that's another thing. Also, like how words and stuff in the Pokemon universe form. Because it would be very different to how our words we use now have formed, because you have Pokemon that roar like Charizard, but then you have some like Meowscarada that just go meow meow. And then you have some like Charmander and Bulbasaur which just say their names. So like there's definitely enough where they know about evolution and they probably name them accordingly. Because Octillery and Remoraid, I mean, it's even mentioned in the Pokedex that there was times where scientists thought they weren't related. So then you have like so many more and you realize a lot of evolution lines, but not all of them, have similar names in them. And I wonder if like, because even if it's not an intentional thing, it still makes me really interested in how scientists would have figured that stuff out. Because I know they probably have never looked that deep into it, in all honesty. But it does make me really interested in, like... Because if I were in a Pokemon world, I would want to study them. Just in general. I would probably become a Pokemon professor. In all honesty. I just find the idea of, like, relations of Pokemon interesting. Because it also makes you wonder, like, what happened with certain things. Like, because Arcan's whole dex entry of being the ancestor of all bird Pokemon was related to the Archaeopteryx being believed to be that, but later being found to be false. So I'm curious if that'll change in Pokemon, for example, or if it's, like, gonna stay that way. I mean, it's weird. Because we also know fossils aren't all rock type, but the only ones that aren't part rock are the fusion ones that look absolutely, like, destroyed by, the poor... I feel bad for Arctozolt and Arctovish, Dracovish, and Dracozolt. Because there's a certain extent where you also gotta imagine for, like, Pokemon, it's not exactly how they would have looked. Like, we know Genesect is also technically an ancient Pokemon that was a bug type. And then had itself modified by Team Plasma, given a cannon on its back and stuff. So it's also a thing of, like, do we take the movie into account for that? Because in the movie it just shows them without a cannon and that's just what they look like. But I don't think that's completely accurate either. Because you also got to think how much was fully modified. Because that thing on their head definitely was, like, that allows the cannon to be put into it. I don't think that was probably part of it. And if it was probably, like, some form of, like, non-fossilized part of them, like, be it feathers or fat, something to be used for anything from mating displays to just, like, intimidation displays. I mean, it's the same thing with dinosaurs. I mean, we only know so much about dinosaurs at this point because there's only so much to know. I mean, for example, we look at, like, skulls like the T-Rex and, like, so many other skulls, and we just think of them as up against the skull completely. But then you look at stuff like hippopotamus and elephant, and in reality, their skulls do not... You would not think that they're their skulls if you didn't know, for most Pokemon. So it does make me intrigued, at least, of how many do look similar. Because, like, Tortuga is related to the Archelon. If you don't know what the Archelon is, it's basically one of the first sea turtles. At least believed sea turtles, if I remember correctly. And then you have the fact that when you go back to that, what other Pokemon, based on different dinosaurs, like, what led the Pokemon to evolve differently than our world? Because would it have been a normal, like, world without Arceus intervening? If yes, interesting. If no, fair. But it is a genuine thought of, what would happen? Because we know, like, the Arceus we know and see is just an avatar. I mean, it's just a tiny piece of Arceus. Arceus mentions it themselves when it comes to the Legends Arceus game, literally saying to the player that this is a part of myself I want to experience it through you. And it makes you wonder, because they're originally with, like, the Gen 1 games and stuff, Pokemon eventually evolved from what we normally had as animals. But then that was retconned where Pokemon have always been there. But what if both were actually real, and it turns out that, like, oh, something happened in this time period that changed dramatically, causing Pokemon to be created through Arceus, which led certain normal animals to get overshadowed by the Pokemon and just their abilities in general, which then eventually would have led to normal animals dying out because they wouldn't be able to keep up with things that literally can shoot water out of their horns and stuff. Like, water breed Tauros literally can shoot water out of its horns. So it's just a fun thing. Like, I find it to be a fun thought experiment for me, especially for, like, world building stuff, because I'm a huge world building nerd. Like, I love building worlds from the ground up. I think it's so fun. It's one of those things where, honestly, I've thought about making some of my world building stuff, like, more accessible, just to give, like, tips on things, because it's led me to going out of the way to learn things about different things that I probably would have never learned otherwise, like how the plates of a planet work and, like, how they form different things to such extents where I basically was going through, like, geological articles, just, like, looking at how volcanoes and stuff form different things, how different mountains are formed, how they crumble, how different things affect each parts of the environment, and how far, like, even volcanoes and supervolcanoes, for example, would affect an area. And it was a fun project to do, I found. Of course, not everyone probably is as nerdy as me in that regard, but it's at least led me to trying a bunch of new stuff, and that's always fun. Don't always get to try new cool stuff like that. I actually remember very well learning about just so much about how atmospheres work and stuff, just so I could figure out, okay, so if something were to exist, what would the atmosphere be like? So when creating, like, Pensari, for example, the atmosphere is denser than Earth in certain aspects. Like, it is denser, but it's also not as gravity intensive. And honestly, I still don't fully understand a lot about how atmospheres work. I still want to learn more. And it's one of those things that I'll just have to learn over time. But I definitely want to learn more. Like, either way. I think learning more would be so fun. Because then you have islands and how they would be created, as well as, like, how history would be affected for things that live, like, severely long times. Like, for example, you have a creature that can live thousands of years and has sentience. Well, it's gonna be able to do a lot more to history than something that only lives, like, a little over 100 at most if they're lucky. So, thinking about how that stuff affects history is just interesting as well, because imagine... Because we know Pokemon have enough intelligence that they could learn to speak. Meowth proves that enough. Like, and Malamar as well. Alakazam. Like, there is enough there that it is plausible there are more Pokemon than just Meowth that can speak. Even if it is rare. Though it does lead me to wonder, because we know Latios and Latias don't speak, but Jirachi can. But Latios and Latias can make themselves look like people as well. So, you know, this is like one of the weirder conversations I've had on stream, thinking about it. But even then, like, the whole world of Pokemon, we only know so much about the different regions there are and how they connect. Like, we know that north of Johto is Sinnoh, and in between is the Sinjoh ruins. We know that. We know Kanto and Johto are next to each other, and they share the same league. Like, we just know a lot of random stuff about the world. Like, we know Unova is very across the world. Blueberry Academy is off the coast of Unova. We know that right below Kalos, there's Southern Kalos, which we didn't get to see a lot of. And then that leads into Paldea. We know Galar exists. That's the UK. And it's interesting because because it's like each region is like a country in a way. So it makes me curious of the full extent that goes. Because I imagine... Okay, yeah, just making sure I was seeing if it was raining or not in-game. Because I imagine, like, with the different regions and different Pokemon, we'd probably have seen some more regional forms by now, if it started in Gen 2. But I imagine there's probably some ways that stuff has evolved as well, especially with Convergent evolution, as we've seen with the Convergent forms of Toedscool and Wiglet. Like, there's always gonna... Like, those exist in real life. I mean, we see a version of that with Oricorio, which is based off, like, real birds. And, like, how they've evolved in different islands. But they made it a bit different. So it does make me curious. Ooh! Phalanx! Adamant. It's actually really good for it. Because... God, I wish we'd get the cave right now, but... no luck yet. But I imagine there's probably an extent where... after a certain point, we'll know enough about the Pokemon world as a whole that we could actually, like, figure out, okay, this is what the actual full world looks like. Because we know Cerebi technically has something. We know Because we know that Sinnoh, like everything up to Unova, including Kitakami as well, are all in like the Japan region. And then we have like bits of Europe and a bit, like 2 bits of like the Americas. So it makes me curious, like, how differently the world formed for them. Because we know Unova is like New York in a form, but also like most of those upper areas as well. But it's mainly a thought of, I wonder. Because at this point, that's literally what I have been doing is, I wonder if I could just do this or do that. Because it has made me want to, like, either go back into Pensari and, like, do more work to... Why? More steel types. I don't want to deal with more steel types. Like, what about me said, yes, I want to deal with steel types. I mean, it's better than having to deal with Team Aqua, but still. Because at least, like, they use, like, a few other Pokemon. But it's also the one evil team that has the worst theme in the game. Because at least Team Rocket got their own themes in Gen 2. And, like, its remake. So at least I can say that Team Rocket at least is more interesting musically. Hell, then you get Team Rainbow Rocket Giovanni's theme, which is really good. Like, I could go on for hours about what I could do to fix Sword and Shield. Like, I do story writing and stuff for people. I mean, I've done it before. Like, I've helped people with their stories, given them ideas. I mean, I've written my own stories too, so I feel like I can at least put my hat in the ring for that of, like, I understand enough to be like, there's so much you could have done, and I can see, like, at least half a dozen to, like, 3 dozen different things they could have done to make it more interesting in certain areas. Like, with the Darkest Day, and, like, the whole thing with Dynamax, like, part of the reason it just didn't feel as fun with that is you didn't play as big of a part in the story as you could have. And the post-game characters kind of came out of nowhere. Like, I feel like... And with Team Yell, like, they played a part, but they could have done more with Team Yell. And then don't get me started on how they treated poor Marnie. Like, oh my gosh, there's so many ways they could have fixed it. Like, they totally could have fit Swordward and Shieldbert into Rose's story for the main game, and just make it so they got away, and it starts like, some of the post-game stuff. Like, I feel like that would have been... Like, even just that would have made them so much more, like, memorable. You get me? Ooh, rarer candy. Not just a rare candy, it's rarer. Carkle wants to learn Incinerate. Nope. Leap, Nose Pass. Hello, Kricketune. Goodbye, Kricketune. You know, Kricketune actually wouldn't have been bad either for fighting off Eternatus with the Bug team. I've seen Kricketune do some crazy ass shit. I've done crazy ass shit using a Kricketune. Never underestimate Kricketune. I feel like they also didn't do as much as they could have with Eternatus. Or, like, Hop not Or, like, the stuff with, like, Hop. Because I do like that Hop became a researcher, but it did kind of feel, like, a little random. In certain areas. It did not have Sturdy. Fuck. Well, we got a Glimmora finally. Let's see what this shiny looks like. Oh, that looks cool. It looks like pulsing magma almost. Except more golden. I'm gonna take Mortal Spin for the poisoning. Big Nugget. Knackle Stack. Getting the ball. Ooh, baby. Salt Cure. Perfect. Sturdy. Not bad. Defense is awful. I'll look at another one at least. Because that defense stat was awful. And I'd prefer something better. Oh boy, what are we facing now? Battle Girl. Fun. Fighting types. Special attack raise. This is gonna hurt. But at least she is putting toxic spikes up for me. So there is that. I love some of the custom shinies in this, but I do wish they didn't change some of the tier 1s as well, because I like normal LGM shiny quite a lot. And them removing it really hurt me internally, because I'm just like, I actually liked the subtleness of normal LGM shiny. I think it was cool. But that's more of a personal thing, I guess, in that regard. I mean, I've always liked LGM's, like, more subtle shiny. I think it's one of the few ways you can do a subtle shiny correctly. And a lot of people forget that you can make good-looking subtle shinies. Like, not all of them are absolutely awful, like Leafeon's. Like, Garchomp's has gotten better over the years. I know one that really annoys some people is the fact that I personally prefer the purple Charizard. I'm not a fan of black Charizard. I prefer the Gen 2 one that has, like, purple. I think it looks a lot better. I just personally do. Okay, I'm gonna do this, and then speed. Oh wait, yeah, I forgot. 55. I was thinking of 145. Well, at least Glimmora is back in action. I was literally a floor ahead. Doom 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 doom. Ba da 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 da. Colossal. So, I might as well kind of mention a bit about the internet stuff. Oh my god. There are so many times where I've been so close to just being ready to lose it over the frickin' internet stuff here. Sandstorm, ground, and steel types. Special defensive rock types. I feel like I'd get rid of Calm Mind for this because I'm using a rock type team. Sandstorm would be perfect. Ooh, calcium. Sadly, you become a ground type. Traitor. I feel like the biggest traitor of all the rock types is Onyx, who trades it for a steel type. Okay. I rather keep Crab Hammer. 31, 35. I got Arceus! With Astral Barrage. Nice. And then Fiery Wrath on Yveltal. Yveltal. Yveltal? I like Yveltal. Or as I call it, Shiny the Bacon Bird. Because it looks like bacon. And you can't convince me otherwise. Shiny Yveltal looks like bacon. Yeah, even if it has Sturdy, Toxic will kill it. Truly wonderful. Nugget. No, Noibat. Makes me want to just... Okay, whenever I see a Noibat or a Noivern, my instinct is to go over to the Noivern plush on my desk and just lightly, like, use my finger to pat its head. I'm so glad I was able to get a Noivern sitting cutie before they ran out way back when. I don't know if they've run out yet or gone back in stock or anything, but I know the sitting cuties usually go out really quickly. So I had waited for quite a while to get the Noivern one, and it honestly makes me happy that I was able to get it. Well, I could, at least. And if it's back in stock, it's back in stock. I personally am just happy I got a Noivern. I love Noivern a lot. I mean, when it's your favorite Pokemon, though, it's not really a hard choice. I know I have a Togekiss plush somewhere. I just don't know where I put it. It might just be with my parents still. It might still be at their house. But it also could be in one of my boxes. And that is one I am not 100% sure. Brock. One of the original run killers for us. We've lost a good few runs to Brock here. This liar. This isn't a rock type. You're not even a real rock specialist. Go back home to the frickin'... God, how many kids did Brock's parents have besides him? Wasn't it like 8 or something? Like 8 or 9? I know it was a lot. Okay, Nose Pass with Earth Power? Yes, please. This is difficult, because I want to keep Sandstorm. And Body Press is just good. Graveler? Giga Drain. Kabuto? Kadetto. The true power of rock types. Your fake rock team. It is weak to the power of a real rock master. One who understands how rocks work. God, I could keep going. I could do like a full villain monologue if I really need to. Thank you for the egg voucher and golden Pokeball. Nice. Good old gold Pokeball. Ooh, Rhyperior. Hear me out. Let's see. Rockhead. It doesn't have a lot of attack, but it does have its defenses. And Rockhead is pretty good. If I remember, Rockhead with her Rhyperior should stay Rockhead. Rhyperior. Its biggest weakness is grass and water types, of course. Does it stay Rockhead? No. I believe it becomes solid rock then. Which, yeah. So Rhydon, yeah, it becomes solid rock, which is actually not bad. Because for solid rock, that's super effective damage reduced by 25%. So that's not bad at all. And then there's Lightning Rod, which is eh. And then Reckless, which also is eh, without Rockhead. But I don't think it's worth replacing Knuckle Stack for. Sadly. It's definitely a thing of, is it worth it? It depends. The only reason I'm not is Salt Cure. Because this guy is insane. Yeah, because he has Sturdy still, so no matter what, we'll always get a, Salt Cure off. Oh, this is a great choice for both. Ooh. This could have amazing returns. I'm sorry, but you gotta wait a little longer to become a Probopass Nosepass. There goes Cinescorch. I'm willing to make Nosepass wait a bit longer. Power Gem! Barbaracle, finally! Binacle? Took it a bit, jeez. It's like it was debating whether or not it wanted to evolve, like, do I want to evolve? Barbaracle! We're also getting closer to Cradilly. Mudsdale? Just heal off of it, because why the heck not? Okay. Even though it's a 10% chance, I feel like that Grip Claw will come in enough use with Glamora that it's worth it in this case. Cradilly. I don't want Stealth Rocks. Taking that. Donphan? It probably has Sturdy, so Toxic will take it out. Just went for a Fury attack, okay. I can easily heal from a Fury attack. Acid Armor. Nope. Dilly, Garganical, Nose Pass. Do that, and then take an X special attack. Time for our Ivy battle. Froligator. There goes for Alligator. Never underestimate Glimmora. Because Glimmora, I have seen people underestimate it only to get absolutely bodied by it. I feel like if I were to do a stockpile strategy, I would not want to do it with Cradilly. Oh no, not my attack. Whatever will I do? I mean, she's basically doomed her team now with poison. Because now I could, because rock types have a lot of defenses, I can easily just, like, stall. Heavy Slam, nah. So she's gonna have an Electivire to deal with. That's gonna be a pain in the butt. But I got some ideas of how to deal with it. At least she has an easy enough team for me to deal with right now. Ooh, Energy Ball. Now this... With Strength Sap, my special attack has gone severely below my attack now. But my defenses are good. I would like a mint, though, for Cradilly. Eviolite. I could give it to Nose Pass. The most powerful of my team. Oh no! It's boosting its stats! Whatever will I do? Anyways. Ouch. Oof. It hurts so much. Ooh, crit cap. Will it stay? It stayed. Ah, that's why. Yeah, it did not have that good of moves. Well, at least our team is really nice. Oh, Glimmera's asleep. And then just a nugget. Ooh, Scovillain. You know, I actually have a shiny Scovillain. I never really talk about some of the shinies I have, like, caught. You know, like, I haven't talked about, like, the actual, like, normal shinies I've caught in a while. Because I have quite a few of them. For, like, my normal Pokemon. Ooh. It's a 2-turn move, but it raises my defense. Can you learn Sandstorm, Smokescreen, Rock Polish? Honestly, I think I'm gonna take Smokescreen. Because lowering accuracy is actually, like, really good. And Giga Drain. There goes Mudsdale. Okay, so... in terms of, like, shiny Pokemon, I have quite a few. Like, I was able to get the Baxcalibur line And here I am just doing stuff. And honestly, if I didn't have Carpal Tunnel, I totally would help with the Chien Pao and Wo Xian and all the Treasures of Ruin. But I have Carpal Tunnel. I know the Wo Xian one happened, so what I might do is, I know it got completed. I might literally open it up just so I can collect it, see which one's going on. Because, like, I have the I got the Baxcalibur line from, like, eggs and whatnot, is what I tried to do for so long. But so what I did is I made a bunch of eggs, started hatching a bunch of eggs, and ran around Glaciato when I was doing it. And I ended up finding a good chunk of them in the wild. By a good chunk, I mean all of them. My egg luck is awful. I even have a French Ditto. My Ditto's French. But nope. Sometimes it be that way. Oh great, Macbro Cosmos. Fiery Dance! Thankfully that shouldn't do too much. Yeah, because it's not very effective first time. And it sets it into Toxic Debris, so I can just Power Gem whatever comes out. Oh my god, that actually did a lot. I mean, the Grip Claw has already paid back a dividend with giving me a Citrus Berry. I'm not gonna take Earthquake, not with this team. Oh, Greedent. I'll just Power Gem. Oh, Leppa Berry. And there goes Greedent. The Grip Claw has already paid off twice this entire battle. Watch it never pay out again with my luck. Honestly, that would be my type of luck, though. Not having it pay out ever again. Okay, Colossus leveled up, Cradili's leveled up, Organical's leveled up, and Nosepass. Soul Dew. And this is modest. This Glimmora is gonna be powerful. The fact that I'm able to sweep so well with the Glimmora. Okay. The fact that it's 1 HP off really hurts my soul. Let's give a Citrus Berry. Double battle? Okay. I got this. Just gotta stretch a little. Okay. Fiery Dance. Crab Hammer. Mawile is not gonna like what's gonna happen. I will take Stone Edge over Slash for the stab. Perfect. That attack down is the only reason it's alive. There goes Corviknight, and Mawile is not far behind. Nah, I don't need Rock Blast. Nope. I'm gonna stick with Rock Slide for the flinch. There goes Mawile. Bow wow, 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 wow. Oh no, I lost some health. Now I need to get a potion. Okay. And I'll take the X speed because that's just useful. Time for Oleana. Tinkaton? Fiery Dance. I don't know why I say fire like that. Like, whenever doing fiery. Like, it's a weird thing. I don't... It happens here and there. It's just a weird thing I do. I do a lot of weird things, though. So that's a whole other thing. Like, I know very well if people could see my movements. Like, I am a very animated person when it comes to, like, speaking. Like, I move my hand a lot. But since I am stuck with one hand, I've been using, like, both hands quite a bit. But, like, even when I'm not very animated, I still am moving, like, something in my body. It's just how it be. And part of me kind of wishes I could show that off one day, just because it's, like, so specific. Yeesh. Shunk. Ooh, I stole a berry. I see a new berry. Power Jam. Your Togekiss is no match for me. Super Potion. Pupitar! Now see, depending on the ability, and this is very dependent on Pupitar's ability. I need to remember what becomes Sandstream for Tyranitar. Because Tyranitar Sandstream would be useful. Because, yeah, Sandstream is its main ability. So, yeah. If I were to have Pupitar, its only ability is Shed Skin. Which is really random. Watch it somehow be a hidden ability. Honestly, that would be my type of luck, though. You're gonna die if you don't get in the ball. Get in the ball or you will die, Pupitar. Honestly, I'm surprised it didn't Shed Skin sooner. Ooh, that's actually not bad. I'm sorry, Garganacl. Or do I want to get rid of Cradily? Garganacl, I'm sorry. As much as Salt Cure is not... nice. Gonna take it. What's the chance I find a shiny rock type, though? I got some goods. I'm just gonna give it to Glamora. Zinc and Carbos. My nature is now naive. You know? Not the worst thing. Definitely not the worst thing. Thunderstone. But first... Nose Pass into Probopass. The schnoz has returned. The schnoz man. Hello, Blaziken. Ow. Shame this thing is gonna go down with one more power gem, though. I mean, at least it wasn't hard. I will say that. Could have been much worse. And we are close to getting Tyranitar, too. I believe it's 48? If I remember right. But I could very well be wrong, knowing me. I mean, I'm not exactly the best when it comes to memory. I mean, that's pretty well known now for the average watcher. Eviolite goes to Pupitar, though, for now. Nuggy. Salazzle gets Power Jammed. You know, for not having a map, the fact we got sent to the volcano is not the worst it could have been. I mean, it's gonna get natural sandstorm. Ooh, a strange machine. Probopass, help me. The fairy cave. Oh no, it's enraged at me. Whatever will I do? Okay, whenever it raises all these stats, can they just not call it an Omni Boost? Or, like, make it so it's, like, all stats were raised by 1? Like, all stats raised? I would love that, personally. It'd be so dang nice. Poor Glamora. Barbarical. And there goes Hatterene. Barbarical's at least pretty useful here. Especially with the passive of Sap Zipper for a water rock type. Its quad weakness doesn't exist anymore. Who needs a quad weakness? I fucked up. That I meant to click Stomping Tantrum. That's on me. Ooh, grassy terrain, thank you. What it doesn't know is that it is doomed itself. I think Comfey is also the only Pokemon to get Triage as an ability. Which, you know what, fair. But I am surprised that we haven't gotten another Triage Pokemon. I mean, there's a lot. Let's get Pupitar up. I think it might be 54, then it evolves. Garbink! Another Pokemon I actually debated grabbing. Yes, I know it traced Toxic Debris, but I also killing it in one hit, so it's only base poison. So it shouldn't be too bad, especially with Glamora. I just have to send out Glamora. And it's gone. As long as I send it out, like, after a bit. Actually, wait a minute. It doesn't matter that those are placed, because I just have to use one move. Mortal Spin. And it removes the toxic spikes. Glimmora, you god. Glimmora, more like Godmora. Soothe Bell. Soothe the Pupitar. Well, these two shouldn't be too bad. And Ribombee gets lit up into a flaming ball of glory, and Azumarill is going to get Dire Clawed. Ooh, it survived. Nope, never mind. Has one layer of toxic spikes now over there. Dang, that sucks. Anyways. Okay, let's see. Scorching Sands. Colossal? Or PP up? I'm gonna do it on Giga Drain, just because I want to have a little bit more here. Then I can Giga Drain Comfey to get my health back. It'll Petal Dance me, which is not that bad. Poison will take it into kill range, and Giga Drain will kill. And I'm back to full HP. What a perfect two-move KO. Yeah, with Bulk Up and Body Press, I think I'll keep that. Honestly, I always thought Tyranitar evolved earlier, but I guess I was wrong. Like, damn. I mean, Tyranitar is just good to have on the team because of Sandstream. Is it the only... I think it might be the only rock type that can set up Sandstorm with Sandstream. Because Hippowdon is ground type. I'd have to think. I will say, if we did an ice type run, I feel like it would be one of those things of, I just need like Abomasnow and I could probably cheese a good chunk of fire types with it. Now that I've thought about how powder works and stuff. And like thought back to actually using Abomasnow before. I probably could cheese most of the game pretty well. If we actually got lucky enough to get a Mega Stone and a Mega Bracelet, I mean, Mega Tyranitar would not be a bad thing to have. Base 700, pretty dang good. Because that Sandstream, pretty dang good. Mild, though, is meh. Big Nug. Time for a battle. Valerie. You know, I usually run into Valerie here. I wonder why. Mawile? Lets me heal up. And I steal its Lychee Berry. And I can Fiery Dance. I actually quite like the Gym Leader theme from X and Y. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. And that's some toxic debris for them. So now they'll be poisoned at least. Giga Drain. Ah, sweet, delicious energy. Okay. Sylveon will go down. Because I can Giga... Oh, never mind. Well, Florges is now poisoned. Ooh, I got a Slackberry. The crit, that mattered. Especially with its special defense, even though I have a +1 to my special attack, that mattered a lot. I don't want Giga Impact. Not with Tyranitar, at least. Shink. And Sylveon. And Shrink. Glimmora, Glimmora, Glimmora. This Glimmora is just... Mwah, chef's kiss. Oh no, the Ice Cave. Oh god, Dugong. I mean, the Ice Cave isn't as worrying just because we're rock types. And Dugong doesn't care about fire normally because of Thick Fat and water typing. So, shink. You know what? I'm gonna give Thunder Punch to Tyranitar. Over Earthquake? Because Earthquake is more of a threat to the rest of my team, if anything, whenever we have to do double battles, because I'm also thinking about double battles, not just single battles. I'd rather have, like, Earth Power, which is weird to say about Tyranitar. Satitan. This thing has a huge HP stat. But it also has Thick Fat. So Fiery Dance would not help too much. I'm actually glad that I'm getting better at remembering random facts about Pokemon. I'm taking the Nug. Beartic? I can at least Fiery Dance this guy. He does not have good defenses. Okay. Glimmora is leveled up. I mean, Glimmora is going to be ahead of the bunch overall. That's just kind of an inevitability. Due to many reasons, from the lack of XP shares to, well, different XP groups. Thank you, Terra Shell. I mean, at least we have some toxic debris now around their feet. But we do have to get ready because next floor we are facing Ivy again. And it is not going to be fun because it is the first Rayquaza one. Mamoswine. At least I can heal off of it. Mamoswine is like the biggest threat to my Endless run because of Earthquake and just overall being bulky enough. Like, ground types are normally an issue, but it's because of Mamoswine's typing of ice ground that makes it a little more of a threat at times. There goes Abomasnow. You know, when it comes to, like, overall Pokemon I've used for Pokerogue, I found some really good Pokemon that I have really enjoyed using. And I'm curious what other ones I might really enjoy using that I haven't yet. Like, Kricketune was one I really enjoyed using. It actually, funnily enough, when BDSP came out, I was like, you know what, I want to put a challenge run. I didn't know about the absolute insanity that was going to be, Cynthia's team. I think I'm gonna get Adamant for this guy. And so I was like, okay, this should be easy. And I found out, but I was also like, you know what? I'm gonna try this again, except I'm gonna make this hilarious. Because my first team failed. So I brought out a Kricketune. Metronome Fury Cutter. Never underestimate its power when you give an X accuracy so it always hits. An X, like what I did is, I used an X accuracy on my first Pokemon, and then used agility to speed boost myself. And then baton passed over to Kricketune, and it was the most beautiful sight. Just Fury Cutter through the entirety of her team. Almost died a few times, but... damn. Like, few potions here and there. Did surprisingly well. I mean, not many people can say that they've used a Kricketune to sweep Cynthia. It's still one of my favorite memories for how absolutely absurd it was. Because it's not every day you get to experience a really absurd thing like that. Much less be the one to do it yourself. Honestly, it makes me kind of want to do that. Like, if I had the ability to, through a video, I'd totally do it. If I could figure out a platinum ROM hack or something, I'd totally do that. I think that'd be a really funny thing to set up. Build the perfect Kricketune. Defense over speed? Honestly, better than what I have. Weird ear. Because Glimmora does not outspeed a lot. Yeah, now my speed is lower than my attack, but my defense is higher, which is not bad. It's not the best, but it's also not the worst. That's annoying. Fiery Dance, and... Crabhammer. Ooh! I didn't even notice I picked up a Silk Scarf. It's always nice when you get a free Silk Scarf. Skilk Scarf. Skilk Scarf. Wow. I can't even speak now. Silk Scarfs. You know, Weird Ear is actually really good. I'd totally use it for a Psychic run. Or a normal run. Being one of the only, like, lines that has a normal Psychic type, pretty dang nice. Because Psychic, whew, that's the type that can be so good, but so bad. Depending on, like, the Pokemon. Memory Mushroom, Thunderfang, Ice Fang, Stomping Tantrum, Rock Slide. I'm gonna take Ice Fang. Sorry, Scary Face, but I have something way better. Imagine if I got a Freeze off on Eternatus, or like Rayquaza. That'd be insane. It'd also be hilarious as hell. There goes our Ursaluna. Who would I even give the Silk Scarf to? I mean, Probopass, I guess, since it uses Tri-Attack. Silk Scarf to Probopass. Wide Lens to Barbaracle. And an Ursaring on a pear tree. And it's dead. Okay. Time for Rayquaza Battle of Ivy. Okay, so if we're gonna do this, we need to be smart, calculated, ready for anything. Up my defense. Let's go. Doopa doopa doop. 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 Fiery Dance! Okay, Kingambit is down. Because of the rock typing, I don't think she's likely to send out Rayquaza out against Glimmora first. Compared to someone like, yeah, Tauros or Feraligatr. My lack of speed is an issue, though. Okay, we're down to the first set of Toxic Spikes. Barbaracle, Colossal, Redilly. Tyranitar is almost there. Your Feraligatr stands no chance. Ooh, I got a Mystic Water. Not that I'm going to use it. Not on Glimmora, at least. I'll give it to Barbaracle. Because that'll make a strong-ass Crab Hammer. Okay. Power Gem. Is it not 95? Oh, wait, no, it's 145. She gets Rayquaza for the first time. Wow. Forgot. We need to worry about that Rayquaza, though. Because, yeah, she's not going to send out flying types against Glimmora easily. We got our Terra Orb now. Special defense over defense. And I'm going to do a rarer candy so everyone's on the same level, and we're higher. Mamoswine, not a problem at all. Fiery Dance, and it avoided the attack. It is Snowcloak. 100% has Snowcloak. Giga Drain. And it's gone. -1 to defense, -2 to attack. Jesus. It's actually quite annoying. Citrus Berry. Ursaluna. Shouldn't be a big issue. There goes Ursaluna. Okay. I'm trying to think. Because, yeah, we're going to have to worry about the next gym leader soon. The real question is who we're going to end up against. Because 110 should be our next gym leader. I mean, these two should be really easy to take care of, with the Toxic especially. Fiery Dance. Crab Hammer. This is going to be so satisfying to watch. Oh, that was a crit too, Jesus. That was an unnecessary crit. Mystic Water to Barbaracle. PP up for Crab Hammer. Abomasnow. Well, one Fiery Dance should do pretty good. And kaboom. It's truly satisfying when you get to one-shot a Pokemon like that. Especially boss Pokemon, where you need to deal a certain amount of damage over the boss bar to even do that. Because you would need to deal, like, multiple boss bars of damage to even do that. Fiery Dance. I'm hoping to get some special attacks up. Slash? Okay, that's not a big issue. Because I only got one special attack up, sadly. I was hoping to get more, but I don't think we are. Hey, 22, hope you're doing well today. We are doing a rock type run because the bug type run fell apart against, ironically enough, it was 145, I believe. Yeah, it was 145. We lost against Rayquaza because our team just fell apart. 'Twas a shame. Fiery Dance. But our rock type run is going well, at least. This Argomora is basically sweeping everything. And then we have a really good backup of stuff, like Tyranitar, which we found a wild Pupitar, and we're like, you know what, let's add it to the team. Because of Sandstream. Lokix should not be that big of an issue. Truly satisfying. Okay, Barbaracle, Colossal. I mean, even though they're like 2 levels behind me, that's not bad. Spent like $300 on a lot of food at the store. Honestly, I feel that. If you like, $300 does not get you what it would back when I was younger. Oh my god. Back in my day type energy, basically. But I remember so many things that we do. I remember being able to just have like a couple quarters and stuff and be able to just, boom, chocolate bar. It was quite nice. But that's me reminiscing about random stuff from my childhood. For a second, that looked a little more white than usual. Terra Shell. You know, it actually, back when I first started baking with my mom, I actually, like, I didn't start off good at baking, but over time I've gotten a lot better. And now I've been told at times that with certain recipes I've surpassed her, and I just, as much as I don't see it that way, I know very well it's possible, but I don't like the thought of it because, I mean, it's my mom, and I love her baking. I think it's also kind of that nostalgia of, like, mom's food that's just, there's something else to it. Literally running out of food, and your neighbor's roads were closed, so they had only 3 days worth of food left. Oof. I hate when that happens. Because I know the feeling very well. It always sucks when that happens, because it's like, okay. I mean, the way I found the best way to do it is, like, buy enough for 2 weeks, and you'll usually have a lot of leftovers, and set up a schedule for 2 weeks. And then, like, you can way easier balance your budget and saving and stuff. It just helps a lot for me, personally. Construction. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. I feel that. Construction is a pain in the ass a good chunk of the time, too. I've had times where construction is completely ruined it for me. Trapped in your house for 2 weeks? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, for me, it's one of those things of construction is always at the worst times, it feels like. I think the things that suck the most, though, is not just construction, but having to deal with the very annoying types of construction. Like, when a bridge is being fixed, or there's this huge pothole, and it completely, like, traps off an entire section, of the road, and you're just sitting there like, so how long it's gonna be? Especially because it, like, when you live in a more country area, you don't get a lot of easy ways into town. So you're basically stuck there. Or having to take such a long way, it adds like an extra half an hour at least, it feels like. Because of just how many different turns you have to make and stuff. And there's sometimes you have to cut through a neighborhood, and it's just like, ah. Hello, Bugsy. That's a pretty nice looking Volcarona you got there. Ooh, Cleaver. Oh, Cleaver. Big rip to his Cleaver. The rain is helping him more than it's helping me. Hopefully that allows me to... Damn it. Thank God for Poison type, making fighting neutral. Okay, so... Yeah, one of the things that also has sucked is driving with carpal tunnel. Because I can't drive normally. And I know I'm supposed to, like, I literally have to, like, do different stretches and stuff for my hand. So annoying. Previous one stopped work on bigger ones while you're trapped in your house for 2 weeks. Honestly, yeah, I've had that happen too. It always sucks too, because when you're in a more rural area, you're always the last to get that type of stuff. And you're always, like, the last focus. So there's been some, like... There was a smaller bridge out for a while at one point. I remember it years ago. And, like, only, like, 3 years ago did it finally get finished or something. And by that time, I no longer lived by there anymore. And it's like... Really? But then again... It's normal for the country. That's why it took so long for internet to come back too after it went down. The country is... They couldn't care less. They're all... Like, when it is the country and, like, rural areas, they focus on them a lot less than, like, city areas, because the city areas and stuff have not only more people, but businesses and stuff, and yeah, it becomes a nightmare. One of those types of things. Because I think the worst one I ran into was back when my cousin got married to his now wife. Now they have a freaking daughter. Freaking crazy to say out loud, like, oh yeah, this person that I grew up knowing is married and has a wife and child now. Like, it's crazy. I mean, he's older than me, but still. They waited a long time before they had a child, but I believe they're about to have a second child too, and it's like, holy shit. I mean, but I remember... when we were driving up for his wedding, I was with my Grammy. We decided to drive up together and stay at my uncle's. And it was nice. I got to meet my little cousin for the first time. From a different cousin who, holy crap, is there some family drama behind why she does not talk to most of us. Don't get me started on her husband. That's a whole separate thing. But I remember on the drive up there, we ran into so much fucking construction. Like, an entire highway was out level construction. And I'm just here like, Jesus Christ. So what normally would have been a lot shorter of a drive from my Grammys to my Uncle Jay, as we'll call him. I'll call him Jay. Not his real name, but the reason I went with Jay is literally because we're in the jungle and it was the first letter I saw. Is interest, but if you don't want to bring it up. So basically, I'll get into it. And the best way is, so with my older female cousin, we'll call her Mora. Mora and her younger sister, we'll just call her Crystal. Mora and Crystal had a fight, didn't get along for a while after the marriage, but then like they were going to make up, and Crystal's husband basically started talking her away from the family, which led to them getting in another fight, which led to a bigger rift between those two, while also her husband used it to keep her away so much that she, when my Grammy passed away and we had the funeral and stuff, she literally only came to visit the grave for like a minute and then just left. That's it. She didn't even do anything else. She just came to see it and then just left. That's the last I've ever seen of her. And she doesn't talk to us. She doesn't even let her children, like, talk to any of us. And it's a bunch of bullshit that's just dumb family drama. Where it's like, people getting pissed at other people, and then another person using it to their advantage to keep them away from family. That's the one thing that sucks about being an adult, is having to be involved in family drama unintentionally because of one reason or another. I think the thing that sucked the most is when my Grammy died. So her brother married a woman who had the same name as her, ironically enough. And because she got the same last name, that became a whole thing. She didn't like my Grammy. And it wasn't until after, like, not even a month after my Grammy died, she tried to friend me on Facebook, and it's like, what the fuck? Who, like, because I've never met her. I know about her. And it's just like, really? I just snatched a grip claw from Garbodor. Holy shit. But because of that, it's led to a lot of just, oh my god, in the family. And then, not even 2 months after that, you just get a casual thing from my Grammy's sister, just like, oh yeah, and I have cancer, in just a letter, and then that's it. It's like, what the fuck? And the thing is, there's a chance it could be real, but with her history, it's also a thing of, this sister who's big friends with her brother's wife, and they like to talk shit about people, like, very drama heavy, it could very well be fake. There's reasons certain people in the family aren't talked to a lot. And, like, aren't even seen a lot. And there's a reason those two aren't really seen a lot by our side of the family. For good reason. I mean, the drama duo, then you have the Jehovah's Witness, which that was a whole thing that I was not alive for because that was when my mom was young. Then you had all the others. It's just like, family drama is one of those things that you always unintentionally get dragged into if you're not a part of it already. And it's so damn annoying when it happens. And I think most people can agree with that, because it's always like, Just act like adults for once. But then sometimes it's also like, oh, that's fair. That's a fair reaction. But that's just how it be sometimes. Ooh, I stole a berry. Oh wait, no, I stole a Quick Claw at one point. I just noticed I stole a Quick Claw at some point too. I didn't even realize I stole a Quick Claw earlier. Literally, Glamora is my only one with a fire type move. Ooh, we got a critical hit up. I believe that's Lancet. Yes, I remembered. Oh, this guy's going down quick. Ferrothorn's actually, like, really good. If it actually could terrestrialize in normal Pokemon, think how powerful that would be. Being able to remove its quad weakness to fire and, like, normal weakness to fighting and just completely, like, neutralize that stuff so much easier with Iron Barbs as its ability and, like, Leftovers as well as Leech Seed. Like, imagine trying to face that. That'd be absolute hell. I mean, another thing that I just thought about, there's probably a lot of stuff in terms of, like, just random experiences that I could explain that I've dealt with that probably would make most people go, what the hell? I mean, I know I've mentioned the time I almost got carried away by my umbrella in the storm. And I know I've mentioned, like, a few of the random things, but there's an ongoing joke with my family about how, for some reason, we have awful luck with camping and just, like, certain things where it's like, and I'm probably a great example of that too, because when I did Boy Scout camp years ago now, I got poison ivy, oak, and sumac and whatnot, all like over 90% of my body, and it sucked. But not only that, I remember my parents not letting me go home at the time, which made me really annoyed. And that was just more of a internal, like, are you freaking serious? Please, I'm in so much pain. Because I was doing my geology badge at the time, as well as archery. And one stormy night, we are all taken to the main cabin because a tornado started. And my only thought was, only me. Every time. Because my family has such bad luck whenever we go camping in any form. Doesn't matter if it's just one of us or all of us. Like when we went into a cabin in the Rockies as a family, it was me, my mom, sister, dad. We went whitewater rafting. And no one fell out of the boat, except for our tour guide. You know, the one who's supposed to teach us the basics of safety and stuff. She was the only one to actually fall out of the raft. And then there was a wasp's nest that formed under the stairs of our frickin' cabin. And then there was the time my sister and I also got swept away by some rapids. That was fun. We were fine-ish. My dad was debatable at best. He was able to get us out. All of us were pretty injured. My mom, all she saw was the inner tube my sister and I were using at the end and was like, uh-oh. Because just our luck. Like, I have a lot of stories. Like, then there's the Girl Scout camp when I was teaching the Girl Scouts about poisonous plants, and then a blizzard hit us. Fucking blizzard. We lost power. as you can imagine. Wasn't very fun. Uncle in jail, aunt in jail, grandpa. Uncle. Ooh, Master Ball. Honestly, it's a no, Glamora, no. This Gimmighoul just killed Glamora. What a bitch. Honestly, yeah, family drama is one of those things that it's always some of the dumbest stuff, too, that makes some people angry or, like, not want people. It's like, and then you have stuff where people aren't given certain things of, like, basic respect, and it's like, oh, what? Like, I'm lucky enough to say that I have a family that actually cares about mental health and stuff a bit more. Most of my family does not know I'm autistic. Since I only found out this year, the only people that know are my parents, my sister, and my grandma. I haven't really told any of them else unless one of my family members have told them. I think my aunt knows as well. I don't remember if I told her. I'd have to double check my messages with her. I haven't talked to her in a bit. But it's like, I doubt it would make much of a difference. I mean, most of them know that I am not straight. Hell, some of my family literally had a betting pool on if I'd turn out gay, straight, or bi. Joke's on them, I turned out pansexual. But people, like, the fact that money was bet on my sexuality should say enough about the type of family I have, where it's like, we all love each other, we all joke around about things. But it's also like, there's a feeling with us. Like, I don't try to come off as gay. I just am unlucky to have a higher pitched voice and just more feminine appearance since I was younger, unintentionally, which just makes it more ironic. But now I just don't give a crap, where it's just like, if I come off gay, I come off gay. Not Denise. Something about a breeder, female breeder, Denise, using a Cloyster as her main Pokemon feels awkward. Or is that just me? Either way. I mean, it's nice when you have family members that care about you. And I wish more people could say they have that, personally. Because I feel like that's something a lot of people do deserve to have at some point. Don't know sexuality. Pansexual is more about, like, personality and emotion overall. At least for me, especially, like, I don't really care about gender. It doesn't mean gender isn't a factor at times. It's under the same kind of umbrella as bisexuality. It just is a little more specific towards certain aspects. There's people who could explain it way better than me, because for me it's one of those things where it's like, there are times where I'm like, anyways, because I'm usually attracted to, like, certain personalities. That's just how it be. But I usually don't care about gender until certain extents. Like, there's certain, like, if someone looks too similar to certain people that have hurt me in the past, it's one of those things of, it's a lot more difficult to truly care about personality and stuff. But that's kind of just internal bias that inevitably happens. No matter, like, what you do, it's always an inevitability that you'll deal with that. I mean, bias is part of just life as a whole. Like, there's no way to fully remove all bias from people. Oh, bye, Glamora. Poor Glamora. But I remember very well, like, finding out. And of course, some people like, as I said, some people probably can explain it way better than me. Like, I'm no master at it, but I definitely have had my fair share of experiences, at least. Ooh, that actually did quite a surprising chunk. And so did that. Well, I'm already... Pro Pass is already down for the count, so might as well. Crab! I actually, So, when I first came out, it wasn't... Like, the first time I truly got to come out was high school. But I was forced out in middle school. So, I never got to come out to my parents fully. I only got to come out to my grandparents. Which sucked. But thankfully my sister didn't have to deal with that. But I remember just being so nervous so often because of that stuff, because you never know. And I just remember, like, my family as a whole and how unsurprised they were, and just thinking to myself about how odd that is. Because, I mean, it is pretty dang odd. Like, I mean, especially when you look at the times compared to now. Compared to now, people are a lot more accepting now overall than they were in the past, just in general. God, don't let me lose to a Golurk. With Iron Fist almost 100%. Thank God that's neutral, because I am weakening this fucker. And the poison should at least kill him. Speed fall. There we go. Heal up a little. And then Strength Sap to lower its attack even more. Because it's weird. Back when I first, like, started doing stuff, just in general, with learning about sexuality and stuff, there was so little compared to what there is now. And it's actually interesting the amount there was to learn. Like, I think that's one of those things where it's like, you can only explain so much, but the history alone is beyond explanation with how much there is. And it's one of those things of, some of it is hard to explain just because the right words for me. Because, like, I could just state facts, but it doesn't tell the full story of everything without context either. Or without every fact from many years prior as well. And it's kind of crazy. Oh my. That would be insane. Flash fire. Corrosion. Storm Drain. Permanently change nature. Where's Modest? Cause yeah, I have Sap Sipper, so it can't hit me with what it normally would use. Okay, Terra Shell distorts type matchups, its attack raises, that doesn't matter. The Toxic Debris does. Okay. And that Enigma Berry does not matter. You got a new game recently? Nice. Oh. Oh boy. This is gonna hurt. So is this? Oh, Palworld? Nice. I've wanted to play Palworld, honestly, for quite a while. I just haven't had the chance. It'd be fun to, though. Am I gonna get swept by my own Glamora? Because this ups my own special defense, so... it's gonna hurt. That was a crit, too. Jesus. Of course. Okay. You know... quite annoying. I'm not losing to that. That's so dumb. It's because I tried to make it modest. Because it's gonna be modest when fighting it. Mixture of that plus all of the bad luck does not help me. I know what to do. I can do that if I start with Credility. There's a pal, I swear it's one letter in between it. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that that's just like really specific. And I just find that stuff hilarious. It makes me really like want to play it more. Because there's probably so much I just don't know yet. Terra Shell. Power Gem. Scald. Heals up with the Enigma Berry. Yeah, because this ups special defense, specifically. I need to get rid of Terra Shell. I need to make sure it doesn't have Terra Shell so I can actually, like, survive. It's a mixture of a meme game, but also just overall enjoyment, and I like that. I think they really did good with what they decided to do. It does make me wonder, like, I do hope that the stuff against, like, with Nintendo and stuff do get resolved in a, like, healthier way, preferably. But you can't do much, sadly. You can only do so much about that type of stuff. which sucks because it's like, in all honesty, they don't deserve the bullshit. Like, in general, it's just about getting rid of competition. And I hate that. It annoys me so much. Because it's like, competition is important, even then. Because without competition, you're eventually just gonna die. Because competition breeds innovation, which also breeds games being better. So it's kind of like... It's one of the things that's always really annoyed me. Because it's like, even then, Palworld is less like Pokemon, more like Ark. The only thing they have similar is, oh yes, they are monster catching games that have animals that you can catch in a ball. Oh no. When in reality, it's like, one of them is Palworld is closer to Ark in terms of how it does its stylization of building and like creatures as a whole and how you deal with them. Like, that is... Its overall gameplay loop is more like Ark. And... don't think they actually... Yeah, they don't even evolve. So it's kind of like... It's literally just catching creatures. They don't evolve. They're just cute and interesting creatures in general. And I mean, like, don't get me started on all the weird, like, all the drama and shit that's happened with them. Like, that's a whole separate issue entirely that I honestly don't have the energy to deal with. Because it's like, I get that some things look similar, etc. That's an inevitability too. Like, I am not gonna make claims for things that I can't prove, because innocent till proven guilty. To get stronger rank pal. Yeah, Pokemon doesn't have that. Like, in reality, like, the whole thing is about trying to stifle competition because they didn't do it until Sony picked up Palworld. They see it as a threat to their monopoly, basically, and that's why. And if they end up winning, it sets a precedent in the overall landscape of gaming where we're gonna see a lot less creativity because companies will just... There won't be as many indie games anymore by the end of it. Because companies will rush to just fight that type of stuff. Of course, Japan will have a lot of that issue. I don't know how it will affect the rest of the world, like the US. But in general, it's an overall negative effect to the gaming industry. And I just think that is so annoying. Because it's like, as much as I have nostalgia with Nintendo, and I like Pokemon, and I like Zelda, I like Donkey Kong and stuff, I'm not just gonna go out of my way. Like, the only reason I even debated getting a Switch 2 in the first place was so I could play it on stream. Other than that, I wasn't going to. Like, am I still gonna get Legends EA? Maybe 50-50. Exactly. It's like if COD sued a game that was a first-person shooter. The issue is, Nintendo is like the Disney of Japan. And that's where you get the issues. Because it's a smaller company fighting the corporate overlords. Who basically can be and have anyone in their back pocket. And it's dumb. And honestly, the fact that they were able to change their stuff middle of the thing and it didn't immediately get thrown out is insane to me. Because they made it even more vague. And I'm just thinking to myself, the fact that that wasn't thrown out immediately should say a lot. Like, oh boy. Ooh, Roxy. We can take care of Roxy pretty easily. Like, I love Pokemon. Pokemon is part of my life. It's one of the few things that kept me going in a lot of different parts of my life. And I love Pokemon for that. I like Pokemon as a concept. I like monster catching games. I think they're interesting. A lot of them are very samey, though, and just don't innovate. And part of the reason I like Pokemon so much is because, like, Pokemon has so much from my childhood and just life as a whole that is, like, just part of me. Yeah, Pocket Pair are pretty smart in their own ways. Like, but smarts can only get you so far when you're fighting a corporate overlord. And honestly, I hope they do end up fully winning. Not just for, like, their sake, but also for the sake of the gaming industry. Because, especially as we've seen more recently, a lot of AAA games have gone down the drain. And part of that is because they've lost the whole point of why games were made. And that's for entertainment. And it's going to lead to a lot of bigger studios failing. Because they won't be... Because as your budgets go up and you want more and more money, it's just going to lead to less people being able to buy it, especially now. And it's going to lead to, like, where Nintendo can use nostalgia pretty hard. Eventually, they won't be able to do that. Like, inevitably. That's just not going to happen. Because the more they piss off people, the less it's going to happen. I mean, as much as the Switch 2 sold, like, surprisingly well, it's also a thing of, there was a bunch that were bought by scalpers that just never sold either. So it's a thing of, there's also that same aspect of the Wii U also sold really well at first. And whether they realize it or want to admit it or not, it's gonna come back and bite them, especially with what they've been doing recently. Like, I love my fair share of Nintendo games, but I'm not gonna pay that much for them. They were more fun in the past. Nowadays they're getting... Exactly, because a lot of the life and energy that went into them, and, like, the risks that they would take, they aren't taking anymore. Because they're worried about their bottom dollar because of investors. And it's led to a lot of crappy games. And then when you actually get good game devs, you gotta pray that a bigger company doesn't slurp them up. I mean, look at the Krafton situation with Subnautica. I mean, the original creators of Subnautica were fired after release from the project and stuff because, I mean, as much as they want to corporately say, oh, it was for this reason, it was obvious that it was because they knew they were going to meet the goal that would have them have to pay out to the CEOs of the original, like, the original creators from the CEOs, and it's like, which has led to now the original creators of Subnautica suing them, which has led to a full thing where it's like, so Lord knows what's going to happen with Subnautica 2. And it's like, the inevitability is gaming is going to go through a lot of similar things the movie industry did. And whether it likes it or not, it's gonna happen. And we've even seen that the amount of backlash that Nintendo has gotten for the game cards over having the physical game. And it's a thing of collectors. And it's why the Stop Killing Games movement started. Was to make it so games were still playable. at least in single player. Like, it's one of those things of, well, the fact that you can have so many games taken off market and never sold again, and then just never give them back, it's like, that removes a whole part of history. But then you have that mixed with the wanting to sell more, and you get all these crappy remasters too that remove stuff that actually made the first game good, or remove stuff that actually was like good in general. And it stacks up. Sadly, it stacks up really big. And it sucks. Because I'd love to see more game studios try things. I think most people would. I mean, think how many possibilities there are for games if they just gave, like, devs more overall. Console players don't realize they have to remember time, like, Helldivers 2 came to PC. Yeah. Like, there's so many things that have led to controversy in gaming because of the fact that it limits stuff. It's like the Ubisoft guy being like, doing their thing, or Xbox being like, well, just buy the one originally, and then them flopping with Xbox Live. Like, in reality, the more you talk down to the people who are supposed to buy stuff and keep money in your pockets, the less likely it is you are going to keep that. Because people don't like that. Just inherently. People get pissed over that stuff. I mean, we've seen it time and time again now. And it's like, every time I'm just here like, same song and dance, here we go again. Because it is. It is the same song and dance that we've seen thousands of times from other companies for different things, different reasons. And it's a shame. Because I feel like there's a lot that, because of that, people miss. It makes me hope that maybe one day, people will get to see more of just what makes that stuff better. Because AAA companies have already fallen a lot. Yeah, developers that listen to their communities, there's a reason they do as well as they do. I mean, look at Relogic as like one of the best examples. There's a reason they have one of the top selling games, despite like it being something most people might be like hesitant about at first. It's like, taking care of your community matters a lot in just gaming, especially because games are like if you took movies and books and combined them. The inevitability is, just like with books and movies, if you start pumping out slop, less and less people are going to want to do it. It's why we've seen such huge drops in stuff like the movie industry. I mean, so many have been crappy live-action remakes or just remakes. People not doing, like, unique or interesting stuff that it's led to just a lot of people not going. And that's just the inevitability of it. Big companies will eventually fall because they go too far over that line. Oh yeah, the modding scene for Terraria alone is insane. I mean, and the fact that the devs themselves also, like, are there and, like, actually listen to their community should say a lot. Because it's important. And the fact that they are taking that time out of their day and, like, working on updates to make it easier for modders should say enough. Because that is good. It shows how much they care, but it also shows the amount of effort they're willing to put in for their community. I'm gonna try that again because I was not paying enough attention to it, and I was like, oh shit. Part of that is on me for just not paying enough attention. Like, in all honesty. Now that I'm actually paying more attention to the game, I mean, I can still go on about stuff like Pokemon. We're playing Pokerogue. The Pokerogue developers do great with what they're doing. Doesn't mean it's perfect, but it doesn't have to be perfect. Perfection is impossible. But think how many different things we completely miss out on. Like, in general, the amount we miss out on is insane. Like, just thinking about it in general, it makes me wonder sometimes, like, what would happen if Pokemon had actually made their own roguelike. And, like, because with championships and stuff, we don't know what that's going to... And it's a game with endless... Exactly. It is a game with endless possibilities. Like... And the only reason Pokerogue exists is because Pokemon wasn't willing to do anything like this. And I'm glad that Pokerogue did this. They balance it around the roguelike elements. And it's something people have been asking for God knows how many years. And lo and behold, as soon as someone gives them gives the people what they want, they have to be careful. Because it very easily can turn sour with how Nintendo is. And the fact that they can't really make any money off of this normally, they have to rely on, like, Patreon and stuff. Because of just overall, like, what they have. I get it. I get why it's that way. And it sucks. Because I feel like a lot of people would love to see them be able to make at least some money off of this, so that they could keep doing this. Because they do great with what they are given. I mean, because if Nintendo actually did listen, and Game Freak, and actually, like, went out of their way to innovate, the Pokemon, like, series as a whole would not be where it is now. I'm taking the Mega Bracelet. Boy, you would have been useful last time. Let's battle. This is gonna hurt. Pheromosa. Bro has an Ultra Beast on him. Orbital. I mean, it's still gonna die to a Bitter Blade. Ooh, crit. Nice. Because Colossal actually doesn't have that bad of an attack stat. Like, I'm happy that this game exists. Even if it's just a fan game. Same thing with PvZ Fusion. Like, we've seen how bad EA screwed over PopCap and PvZ as a whole. and how bad it's gotten since then. I mean, that one is probably the most obvious. And it's a shame because I like the PvZ franchise as well as, like, the Pokemon franchise. I like the style of gameplay from their games to an extent. But sometimes all it takes is crappy company. Or crappy people controlling it. Which is a shame. I feel like a lot of people would really love some of these games if they were, like, made by the actual companies and stuff, and people knew about it. There'd be people who'd totally pay to do that stuff. Defend order or heal order? Ooh. Sorry, Thunder Punch, but goodbye. I'm gonna do that. Rare candy, because... yeah. Hello, Chandelure. Plan to make a game you've tried many times. I mean, yeah, I've actually wanted to make a mod one of these days for Minecraft. I just not good at it. I'm not good at coding. I just haven't had time in so long either. But I'd love to learn one of these days. I'm gonna do... Bitterblade. Yeah, like, sometimes you do, but as I was saying, like, sometimes you do need to just ask for advice on what people would like to see. I mean, there's certain extents where it's like an idea board. I mean, for me, it's like, if I were better at doing that type of stuff and, like, coding, I would totally, like, and it's something I want to learn eventually, because I think it would be a fun little skill to have. I'd love to be able to make a Minecraft mod. Like, make a full mod of just some random stuff. I don't know. Uh-oh. This is a problem. Bum, 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I did not mean to insta-kill it with a Giga Drain. Don't I have a Master Ball? I just realized that I have a Master Ball. I mean, the chance of me running into a Marshadow? I mean, what are the chances I run into a Rock-type Legendary? Let's be honest here. There we go. Ding! Now I can mark that off as a thing to have. Because, yeah, Legendaries are rare. Damn. The Abyss. He's got to jinx himself, watch it. Honestly, if I somehow ran into a Rock-type Legendary, I would be surprised. Because you also got to remember, think how many Rock-type Legendaries there are. Because you can count them on one hand. Especially because you have Regirock, Arceus, and Savali rock type. And then, well, if you count Ultra Beast, Stakataka, it's 4. And yeah, that's not a lot. Like, I mean, it also depends if you count paradoxes, because we're gonna run into those, obviously. Because I don't think there is a lot of rock types. There's one mythical. Yeah, there's probably one mythical I'm missing. Yeah, because there's Regirock. There's Terrakion. I always forget about Terrakion. There's Stakataka. And Diancie. Oh no, 4 of them. 6 if you count Arceus and Type Null. Like, honestly, I mean, yeah. I'm gonna take the big nugget. I mean, even then, like, there's so few that it's like, the chances of running into a legendary are already really rare. But then running into a second one, much less one of a specific type, basically impossible. Like, let's be honest here. Like, there is no way I'm gonna end up seeing it. 'Tis the sad truth of it. Giga Drain. Oh wow, it actually survived. Anyways. Slurp. We're gonna have to deal with some pretty annoying things soon. Because we have to deal with a gym leader coming up. And I am not excited for that. Oh my god, the Tyranitarite! Mega Tyranitar! Speaking of megas! Yes! I believe it keeps Sandstream too. Let me just check. I personally don't count the paradoxes as legendaries, except for Koraidon and Miraidon, because they are. Because Iron Boulder is one of those things that I feel like, it doesn't even have, like, its stats are, I believe, lower than Terrakion's, too. So it's kind of like, at what extent do you want to count them? Because, like, in the actual legendary and mythical list, Paradox Pokemon are not listed, in all honesty. Like, Ultra Beasts are, Paradox aren't. They're kind of like a separate class. So it's kind of like... It's a weird gray area, to say the least. But even then, the chance of me running into Iron Boulder and then being able to catch it, Terrakion at home. We have Terrakion at home, Iron Boulder. Just, I mean, it had, honestly, Terrakion at home is just Terrakion in general. Because Terrakion is not that good, in all honesty. But Iron Boulder is just a bit better because of its Mighty Cleave attack. Because I believe it can go through Protect. And that's the main reason, other than, like, Quark Drive. Iron Crown beats it out. What a surprise. Beaten out by a Steel type. crazy, I know. Honestly, it doesn't matter which form. Terrakion just gets absolutely bumfuckled. Another pile of garbage. It's the trash man! Anyway, jokes aside. Bro tried to toxic a poison type. Yeah, because I couldn't remember. I'm glad I was correct, though, about that. At least, when it comes to memory. Not every day that you remember something, so that's a plus. Bye, Glamora. Hope you find your dad. Roar! Crunch. Holy crap, that health chunked. Of course it had Hammer Arm. Why wouldn't it have Hammer Arm? Colossal. This is gonna hurt. Who's ready for a very painful thing? Why do you feel like you know that? Hope you find. It's from Elf. If you've ever watched Elf. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad. I'm lowering this guy's attack. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad. God, that's a memory and a half for me. My family usually watches that around Christmas, so... Haven't seen that in forever. That's fair. It's a normal one my family usually watches around Christmas, and we jokingly quote it quite a good chunk. So, like, that always pops into my brain. Bro's running out of arms to hammer with. And I'm running out of attacks to suck through. What'll win? The Toxic or my Strength Sap? The answer is probably the Toxic. I at least got it to -5. I see that as an absolute win. Honestly, Christmas is one of those things where it's like, if you have the right people, it's really nice. It just depends. Your weak tantrum won't do shit to me, Garbota. Anyways. Soul Dew, Revive, Full Restore. I'm gonna Full Restore, and then... the two that can heal on their own, I'll do that, because I'm gonna Soul Dew, special attacks, for attack. I'm gonna do it to Glamora. And then I'm gonna switch in Glamora and just Giga Drain. Because, yeah, I can absorb the toxic spikes, thankfully. Wow. What are the chances of us running into the Garbodor pile twice in a row for our runs? I imagine it has to be relatively low. Like, it can't be that high. That's resisted. That's annoying. And that's for the trouble. Anyways, back to full health Glamora goes. A steel Terra Shard. I just had a brilliant idea. Change it to steel type. They'll only want to go for flamethrower on it. Which is perfect. Completely removes something from the equation for me. Dang, that Mabostiff survived surprisingly well, but then again, you fucking bitch! Bro got what he deserved post that. Barbarical. Ooh, Egg Voucher Plus. Oh, Grimmsnarl? I can easily take care of this. Oh god! Don't be intimidated, Squidward! Don't be intimidated, Squidward! Christmas and your birthday, which is right after. Oh, that makes sense. For me, I get the unluckiness of having my birthday during Lent, which honestly I don't think I see any adults actually participate in anymore. Like, almost never. Like, it's kind of been a dying thing. Like, oh yes, you have to give up one random thing for several months until Easter. Like, what? Like, I always found that really weird. And it makes sense why less and less people are doing it. Fiery dance! So, Lent is a Catholic thing. It's so dumb, in my personal opinion. Because the whole point is to give up a thing, just in general, for several months, several weeks until Easter, during the days Jesus was supposedly dead. And they don't care what you give up. You could give up anything. It's usually suggested it's something that you do a lot, but it's like, most people don't. And it's also quite common to say that Sundays are the days free of Lent because it's the Lord's Day. So it's kind of like it depends where you are and the type of priest you talk to, where it's like, yeah, some can be pretty lenient, others are not. But a lot, like, like, when you go to a Catholic school, they basically force all the kids to do it. And it's just a thing of, in reality, most days aren't done that way. The main thing that's followed, though, by Lent is, and it's the main thing I see people follow, even adults, and it's, on Fridays, the only meat you can eat is fish or seafood of a type. And, yeah. Like, that's the one I actually see the most followed, is the seafood tradition, where it's like you can only eat fish as your only meat source on Fridays of that Lent. My birthday usually falls in Lent, so it's like really dumb for me. It's one of those things where it's like, a lot of it is just weird. And, like, stuff that just depends on what you enjoy or what you do. I personally don't subscribe to it, but other people do. And that's not my choice to make. I at least got a layer of toxic spikes down. Wow. I mean, from my experiences, though, with Lent, it's kind of like hit or miss, depending. The one that did annoy me the most, though, was the fact that it's just like the teacher's telling you that you should do something you don't do a lot. Like, oh yes, you do this so much, you need to just give it up. Like, no. I never cared about it, personally. Honestly, if I don't win this, I might just reset it and just save it for next time. Just because of the time frame I have today. What time is it? Oh, shit. Because I can't really go too far over. But... yeah. I think that's what I'm gonna do, though, is, reset so I can go back to the title screen. Not Catholic Christian, subscriptions to ADHD. Honestly, fair. I mean, I still have ADHD and autism, yet... I mean, I left the faith because of a lot of trauma that I experienced through it. But that's besides the point. Other than that, I mean, we made great progress. We got quite a few things. And, like, in general, no new passives. Oh, Glamora can become cheaper. Damn. But, I mean, we've made a lot of progress overall on this. I mean, freaking Arceus here. Like, damn. 11 ads. Oh shit, I forgot to pause ads. I'll fight Rose again. Just cuz. There. Okay, so yeah, that one is just a guaranteed. Because I couldn't remember if Mold Breaker affected Terra Shell, and I needed to know now. Now I know. I mean, it's good to know, though. Because I never knew. But now I do. Who do I want to send out? Oh. It started me at the beginning of this? That's random. And odd. I mean, I'll still go through. It gives me a chance to, like, really be prepped, because I forgot about it. Giga Drain. So, a lot of the main stuff that I have worked on personally for this, and probably will do, is like endless. X speed, Garganical, just Giga Drain, Kaboom. Gosh. Okay. So, you know what? I'll do the... Because we have the ads and stuff, it's like, oh, do I? Do I not? difficult choices. There goes most of its health. It's gonna explode, isn't it? Oh wow, it didn't. Surprised by that one. Shink. And then I'll heal up Glamora. People should be coming back from ads about now. I don't know why it reset the floor, but I basically did that since, you know, things happen. I'm like, oops, did not mean for that to happen. So, we'll continue this next time. I get some time, at least. Save and quit. Okay. But for those of you who are not already part of it, exclamation mark Dislab. We have the Discord. All sorts of nice people over there. Might make a new friend. Who's to say? I announce if I'm sick in any way, if something happens to break my schedule, like recently. I also announce if there's any tech issues that cause stream to crash if it happens, etc., if anything happens in general, basically. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. CST. And on the days I don't stream, on YouTube, a VOD comes out on the VOD channel. Over there, we have all sorts of stuff. More Pokerogue, Infinite Fusion, and much, much more you might find interesting. Who knows? But other than that, I hope you all have wonderful days, and I will see you guys later.